Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is Poirot Investigates. Look, the little gray cells. The human eye, my dear listener, is a remarkable instrument. It takes in light, form, color, a dizzying array of sensory input. But it is the brain behind it, the disciplined, methodical brain, that truly observes, that truly understands. Without that keen intellect, without the diligent exercise of what I, Hercule Poirot, so fondly call my little gray cells, what we perceive is merely a collection of scattered impressions, a haphazard jumble of facts without coherence or meaning. This, my friends, is the fundamental truth of detection, the very bedrock upon which the most intricate puzzles are meticulously, inevitably, solved. It is not the strength of one's muscles, nor the speed of one's feet, nor indeed the most dazzling display of athleticism, but the sharpness of one's mind, the precision of one's thought, that ultimately brings clarity to chaos, that illuminates the darkest corners where truth so often hides. Welcome, then, to an extraordinary collection of cases, a series of intellectual duels waged within the quiet, ordered sanctity of my own skull. Here, you will not find me leaping over rooftops or engaging in boisterous fisticuffs, for such theatrics are, frankly, quite untidy and often counterproductive. My battles are fought with logic, my weapons are deduction, and my arena is the intricate tapestry of human psychology, woven from motive, opportunity, and character. Each thread, no matter how seemingly insignificant, holds a vital clue, waiting patiently for the discerning eye and active gray cells to unravel its hidden purpose, to reveal its crucial connection to the greater design, the complete picture. For those who crave the thrill of the chase, not through dusty alleys, but through the labyrinthine corridors of the human mind, you have found your ultimate destination. This audiobook, Poirot Investigates, is not merely a collection of stories, it is an invitation. An invitation to pit your observational skills, your powers of reasoning, against the cunning of master criminals, to delve into the subtle nuances of motive, opportunity, and means, all from the comfort of your chosen listening space. Prepare yourselves, therefore, for a journey spanning precisely 283 minutes, a thrilling, continuous immersion into the labyrinthine mind of Hercule Poirot. Yes, 283 minutes of pure, unadulterated intellectual engagement, a binge-listen experience designed to hold you utterly captive, compelling you to unravel each intricate puzzle alongside me, until the very last, deeply satisfying revelation of truth. In the minutes that follow, we embark on a series of adventures that challenge every preconception, every assumption about the nature of crime and justice. You will encounter mysteries woven with the utmost guile, cases that have baffled seasoned constabulary, situations where the obvious path leads only to deeper confusion, designed to mislead. From the impossible vanishing act of a prominent financier, leaving behind only an empty safe and questions, to the perplexing conundrum of a stolen pearl, plucked from a society grande dame in a room filled with watchful eyes, from the chilling implications of a forgotten will that resurfaces with deadly consequences, to the sinister whisperings of a cursed Egyptian treasure bringing misfortune to all who touch it, each narrative presents a unique and formidable intellectual challenge. These are not simple riddles, they are complex human dramas, meticulously constructed by minds as devious as they are desperate. The stakes are consistently at their highest, often involving vast fortunes, reputations teetering on the brink, and, invariably, the precious sanctity of human lives. My approach, as you will discover, is an exercise in applied psychology, a profound understanding of the peculiar motivations that drive individuals to transgress, to commit acts that defy conventional morality and reason. While others might focus solely on fingerprints, trace fibers, or muddy boot prints, I concern myself equally with the P. I do not guess. Such an approach is an insult to the intellect. I deduce. I do not assume, for assumption is the enemy of truth. I infer. And always, I trust implicitly in the infallible judgment, methodical workings, and unparalleled precision of my little gray cells. They are my most cherished asset, my most reliable allies in the pursuit of justice. Throughout these thrilling investigations, you, the listener, will be more than a passive spectator. You are expressly invited to become an active participant, to engage your faculties of observation and deduction, to awaken and exercise your dormant gray cells. As I meticulously lay out the facts, describe the suspects and their perplexing behaviors, highlight the inconsistencies and peculiar patterns, I actively encourage you to formulate your theories, to challenge my conclusions, and to allow your gray cells to work in tandem with mine, perhaps even arriving at a similar solution, or at least understanding the elegant path to its discovery. This is not simply a story to be heard, it is a mental exercise, a sophisticated game of wits played between author, detective, and listener, where your engagement is key to unlocking the full satisfaction of the narrative. Why do people commit crimes? What twisted paths do their minds traverse to justify the unjustifiable? What intricate webs of deceit do they spin to evade detection, to hide their culpability? These are the profound, often troubling questions that fuel my investigations, and these are the intricate psychological landscapes we will explore, probing the depths of human motivation. We will see how vanity can be a fatal flaw, how unbridled greed can blind shrewdest minds, how festering jealousy can blossom into a murderous rage, and how paralyzing fear can drive individuals to the most desperate, illogical actions. My comprehensive understanding of these fundamental human drives allows me to predict patterns of behavior, to see unseen connections between cause and effect, and to anticipate the moves of even the most cunning adversaries. It is through understanding why a person acts that one truly understands how they acted, and who they are. Take, for example, the seemingly innocuous preference for a particular brand of cigar, noted casually in an ashtray, or the exact, unusual phrasing used in a hastily scrawled note, or even the precise, almost deliberate angle at which a curtain is drawn in a supposedly deserted room. To the untrained eye, these are just random occurrences. To the trained mind, however, to the little gray cells keenly observing, they are breadcrumbs, meticulously placed by fate or, more often, by cunning design, leading inexorably towards the truth, forming a silent testimony. My method is not sensational, it is meticulous, demanding infinite patience. It is not dramatic, it is precise, a carefully calibrated instrument of logical inquiry. It is a slow, steady accretion of detail, each piece fitting perfectly, forming an undeniable mosaic, until the grand design of the crime is revealed in all its stark, logical, and often chilling clarity. The cases within Poirot Investigates are a masterclass in this very approach. You will witness, through my narration and the unfolding drama, the dismantling of alibis that seemed utterly impenetrable, collapsing under the weight of their inconsistencies, the unmasking of culprits hidden behind layers of impeccable respectability and cultivated charm, and the elegant elucidation of motives that plumb the very depths of human depravity and moral compromise. From the quiet tranquility of a country estate, where secrets lurk beneath manicured lawns, to the bustling, anonymous anonymity of city streets, from the exclusive members' club, a haven for the elite, to the lonely solitude of a seaside villa, the stage for these dramas is diverse, ever-changing, but the underlying human frailties and intellectual challenges remain constant, providing fertile ground for the exercise of reason. My personal preference for order extends beyond my physical environment. Intro, a word from Captain Hastings. Good day to you, my dear listener. It is I, Captain Arthur Hastings, who bids you welcome to this collection of peculiar cases, tales, and observations concerning my extraordinary friend, the one and only Hercule Poirot. One might wonder why I, a man of admittedly conventional mind and rather straightforward outlook, should be the one to chronicle the exploits of such a uniquely brilliant intellect. Indeed, it is a question I have often pondered myself, usually over a good pipe and a quiet evening with Poirot across the fireplace, his green eyes glinting with amusement as I stumble through some deduction or another. The truth, I believe, lies in the very contrast we present. Poirot, with his meticulously ordered mind, his reliance on the little grey cells, and his almost surgical precision in unraveling the most tangled mysteries, often requires a foil. Someone, perhaps, who views the world with a slightly more traditional, shall we say, English perspective. And that, my friends, is where I come in. I am your guide, your rather bewildered companion, through the labyrinthine pathways of Poirot's genius. I see the clues, but fail to connect them. I observe the suspects, but miss the subtle tells. And in my very ordinary misunderstandings, I hope to illuminate the truly extraordinary nature of his insights. Our friendship, you see, is one of those unexpected bonds forged in the crucible of extraordinary circumstances. We met, as many of you might recall, in the crucible of the Great War, when a convalescing Belgian refugee and a wounded British officer found themselves sharing not just a roof, but a burgeoning fascination with the intricacies of crime. Since then, our paths have remained intertwined, a testament, I believe, to the enduring appeal of camaraderie and, dare I say, the delightful exasperation Poirot often feels towards my somewhat pedestrian reasoning. He often teases me, you know, about my fondness for dramatic theories, my tendency to leap to conclusions, and my unfortunate habit of overlooking the most glaringly obvious details. And yet, there is a warmth there, a genuine affection that transcends our intellectual disparities. He relies on me, in his own way, as a sounding board, as a confessor, and, perhaps most importantly, as the chronicler of his triumphs. It is a peculiar partnership, certainly, but one that has brought us both a great deal of, well, if not exactly peace, then certainly a great deal of intellectual stimulation. Let me set the scene for you, if I may. We find ourselves in the early 1920s, a fascinating and somewhat tumultuous era. The Great War, that terrible conflagration, has ended, leaving its indelible mark on society. There is a sense of both relief and unease in the air. The old certainties are giving way to new freedoms, new technologies, and a decidedly modern outlook. Women are shedding their corsets, bobbing their hair, and venturing into professions previously unheard of for their sex. Motor cars are becoming more commonplace, though still a luxury for most. The gramophone fills drawing rooms with the latest jazz tunes, and the cinema offers a dazzling new form of entertainment. It is a time of flappers and fast living, but also of quiet desperation and lingering shadows from the war. Our lives, Poirot's and mine, are lived largely within this vibrant, yet sometimes unsettling, backdrop. We have established ourselves comfortably, Poirot in his charming London flat, where every cushion is plumped to perfection and every object arranged with geometric precision, and I, often by his side, ready for whatever fresh puzzle the city, or indeed, the country, might present. The air of London, even then, carried the scent of coal smoke, petrol fumes, and damp earth, mingled with the occasional waft of exotic spices from some distant land. Newsboys shouted headlines about political scandals or sporting victories, their cries echoing down the bustling streets. The fashion, the architecture, the very cadence of speech all speak of a specific moment in time, a world teetering on the edge of profound change, yet still clinging to certain traditions and decorum. It is into this world that the strange and often dangerous threads of human nature weave their intricate patterns. And it is into these patterns that Hercule Poirot, with his magnificent mustaches and his even more magnificent brain, delights in delving. Now, a word about the particular nature of the cases you are about to encounter. Unlike some of our more extended adventures, which have spanned entire volumes and taken us across continents, these are, for the most part, what one might call bite-sized mysteries. They are distinct, self-contained puzzles, each presenting its own unique challenge to Poirot's little gray cells. Think of them as a connoisseur's selection of particularly piquant morsels, each designed to tantalize and intrigue, rather than a full, multi-course banquet. You will find no grand, overarching conspiracy linking these tales. Instead, you will be presented with a fascinating array of human frailties and criminal ingenuity. There will be instances of theft, of blackmail, of ingenious deception, and, alas, of murder most foul. Each case springs from the peculiar circumstances of a specific set of individuals, often driven by motives as old as humanity itself: greed, jealousy, ambition, revenge, or sometimes, simply, a momentary lapse of judgment leading to dire consequences. My role, as I've said, is to guide you through these intricacies. I confess, there have been times, many times, when I have felt utterly lost in the maze of clues and red herrings. My mind, perhaps too accustomed to the straightforward logic of military strategy, struggles with the subtle nuances, the psychological twists, the almost imperceptible inconsistencies that Poirot seizes upon with such unerring accuracy. I represent, if you will, the common sense approach, the direct line of inquiry that so often leads to a dead end, only to highlight, by contrast, the sheer brilliance of Poirot's unconventional methods. He rarely misses a trick, you see. A straight thread on a carpet, the precise angle of a teacup, the fleeting expression on a witness's face, the subtle inflection in their voice, nothing is too trivial for Poirot. And it is my task to bring these observations, both my own often misguided ones and Poirot's pivotal ones, to your attention. I endeavor to capture the atmosphere, the suspense, and indeed, the ultimate satisfaction of seeing the truth, however convoluted. Main Chapter 1, The Adventure of the Western Star. Chapter 3, Main Chapter 1, The Adventure of the Western Star. My dear friend Hastings, as you well know, the life of a private detective, particularly one of Monsieur Hercule Poirot's unparalleled caliber, is rarely a monotonous affair. Indeed, the very air surrounding him seemed to crackle with an almost tangible anticipation of intrigue, like a perfectly tuned engine awaiting the precise moment to ignite. It was during a rather unremarkable afternoon, one of those quiet, unassuming days that often precede a tempest of events, that the first tendrils of what would become known as the adventure of the Western Star began to unfurl before us, quite literally, through the morning's post. I recall Poirot's meticulous routine, the precise cutting of the envelope, the gentle unfolding of the letter, his head tilted slightly, an almost imperceptible hum emanating from his throat as his formidable brain began its initial classification of data. This particular letter, however, seemed to elicit more than just his usual professional scrutiny. There was a flicker, a momentary hardening of his ever-observant green eyes, a subtle tightening of the small, almost military mustache. I, of course, was consumed by a far more pedestrian concern, the latest cricket scores, I believe, but the change in Poirot's demeanor was enough to draw my attention, a quiet alarm bell ringing in the otherwise placid calm of our shared sitting room. "Hastings," he began, his voice a low, resonant purr that always commanded immediate focus, "it appears we are once again invited to step into the glittering, yet ultimately rather fragile, world of celebrity. Observe this." He passed me a sheet of heavily scented, pale lavender paper. The stationery itself spoke volumes, redolent with an air of delicate extravagance. The script was elegant, feminine, yet underscored by a distinct tremor that suggested deep perturbation. It was from none other than Miss Mary Marvel, the celebrated American film star, whose beauty, both on screen and in the flesh, had captivated millions. Her image adorned countless magazines, her name synonymous with a certain ethereal charm, a blend of vulnerability and dazzling strength that made her utterly irresistible to the public. She was, at that moment, perhaps the brightest star in the cinematic firmament, a veritable queen of the silver screen. The letter, however, was not one of admiration or social pleasantry. It was a plea, thinly veiled beneath the polite conventions of formal address, for Poirot's immediate and discreet assistance. "Monsieur Poirot," it read, "I find myself in a predicament of the most alarming nature. For several weeks now, I have been receiving letters, anonymous, of course, containing veiled threats regarding my possession of the Western Star diamond. They speak of its history, its supposed rightful owner, and darkly hint at its imminent return to what they term its true home. At first, I dismissed them as the ramblings of a lunatic, perhaps an overzealous fan with a morbid imagination, but they have grown progressively more specific, more menacing. I confess, monsieur, I am terrified. The diamond, as you know, is invaluable, not merely in monetary terms, but as a symbol, a part of my public persona. I implore you, lend me your formidable intellect before it is too late." I looked up, a frown creasing my brow. The Western Star diamond. I mused aloud, the name itself conjuring images of unparalleled brilliance and staggering wealth. Is that not the fabled blue diamond? The one with the rather intriguing legend attached to it? Poirot nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on some distant point, already processing the myriad implications. Precisely, mon ami. The Western Star, a gem of quite extraordinary beauty and magnitude, discovered, if memory serves, in a remote mine in the Americas, hence its evocative name. It is indeed steeped in a certain mystique, whispered to be a twin to another equally legendary stone, the Eastern Star, though the latter's whereabouts are, for the moment, less publicly known. Miss Marvel, with her characteristic blend of bold confidence and innocent allure, has worn it prominently at every major public appearance since acquiring it, making it, as she rightly states, an inseparable part of her public identity. A rather dangerous strategy, perhaps, to flaunt such a prize so openly, yet entirely in keeping with her fearless screen persona. So, someone wants to steal it. I ventured, stating the obvious with all the keen insight for which I am, perhaps unfairly, often uncredited. Poirot merely hummed, a low, thoughtful sound. That, Hastings, is the immediate and most apparent conclusion, is it not? But the true artistry of detection lies not merely in identifying the obvious, but in delving into the layers beneath it. Who is this someone? What is their true motivation? Is it pure avarice? Or is there, perhaps, a deeper, more personal vendetta masked by the convenient pretext of rightful ownership? The phrasing of these letters, its true home, its imminent return, suggests more than just a common thief seeking financial gain. It hints at a history, a perceived injustice, perhaps even a familial claim. He rose, a brisk movement, and began to pace the room, his movements precise and economical, like a perfectly wound mechanism. We shall go to her at once. There is no time to be lost when a lady of Miss Marvel's eminence feels such profound distress. These matters escalate with alarming rapidity. The psychological impact of such threats can be as debilitating as the physical act of theft itself. A mind tormented by fear often makes errors in judgment, creating opportunities for the very mischief it dreads. And so, within the hour, we found ourselves en route to the magnificent Mayfair residence Miss Marvel had taken for the duration of her stay in London. It was an edifice of understated grandeur, a bastion of old-world charm now infused with the vibrant, almost electric energy of a modern icon. The air within was thick with the scent of expensive flowers and the faint, lingering aroma of theatrical grease paint, an intriguing juxtaposition. Mary Marvel herself was, if anything, even more captivating in person than on the silver screen. She possessed a kind of luminous beauty, her eyes the color of a summer sky, her hair a cascade of spun gold. But beneath the veneer of Hollywood glamour, I could discern the precise tremor she had spoken of in her letter. There was a faint paleness to her complexion, a certain anxious fluttering in her gaze that belied her confident public image. She was dressed in a sumptuous silk robe, a picture of domestic luxury, yet she clutched it to her as if for protection against an unseen chill. "Monsieur Poirot," she began, her voice a low, throaty murmur, Thank you for coming so swiftly. I confess, I have not known a moment's true peace since these ghastly letters began arriving." She gestured towards a small pile of envelopes, neatly stacked on a side table, each one identical to the first. They are all alike, in their tone and their sinister implication. Always unsigned. Always arriving at irregular intervals, just when I begin to convince myself it was all a dreadful mistake. Poirot picked one up, handling it with the reverence one might accord an. It stated that the Western Star would be reclaimed on a specific evening, coinciding with a highly publicized charity gala that Miss Marvel was scheduled to attend, where she was, of course, expected to wear the diamond. The letter ended with a chilling postscript: "The Eastern Star awaits its reunion." The Eastern Star was the crucial detail. Poirot's eyes gleamed with a quiet triumph. "Ah, Hastings. The symmetry is now complete. The criminal has provided the final piece of the puzzle. They are not merely taking a diamond, they are uniting two, as per the legend. This is the precise psychological moment. The victim's mind will be preoccupied with the immediate threat to the Western Star, preparing for an assault on that gem. But what if the true target, or the true deception, lies elsewhere?" He dispatched urgent instructions to Miss Marvel. She was to procure, immediately and with the utmost discretion, a flawless replica of the Western Star diamond. This replica, she was to wear to the gala. The original, she was to place in a secure, but not her usual, location within her Mayfair residence, a location only she and Poirot would know. He wanted to see how the thief would react to this subtle shift in the game. The night of the gala arrived, a glittering spectacle of high society and cinematic glamour. Mary Marvel, radiant and poised, moved through the crowds, the magnificent replica Western Star sparkling defiantly at her throat. Poirot and I observed from a discreet distance, his sharp gaze missing nothing. The hours passed without incident. The tension, however, was almost unbearable, a tangible hum beneath the polite chatter and clinking champagne glasses. Then, just as the evening was drawing to a close, a subtle commotion began to ripple through the room. A whisper, then a gasp. Mary Marvel herself looked down at her throat, her hand flying to the empty setting where the diamond had been. The replica was gone. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers. A theft, audacious and swift, had occurred amidst the very heart of London's elite. Pandemonium threatened to erupt, but Poirot, with a calm authority that cut through the nascent hysteria, stepped forward. "A moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. There is no need for alarm. The Western Star is quite safe. What you see here is merely a rather convincing copy." He then revealed the true nature of the events. The replica had indeed been taken, a cunning and bold move by the thief, assuming it was the original. But this was merely a distraction. The real theft, Poirot explained, was intended to be of the original Western Star, at Miss Marvel's residence, precisely at the moment of maximum distraction during the gala. The double star prophecy, he elucidated, was a magnificent piece of misdirection, a psychological gambit. The thief expected Miss Marvel to be consumed with anxiety over the Western Star at the gala, thus leaving her actual residence vulnerable. The phrase "what is lost shall be found" was also a clue, hinting not at loss through theft, but at a reunion. The true brilliance of the criminal, Poirot continued, addressing the now mesmerized crowd and a flustered Miss Marvel, was in understanding the psychological impact of celebrity and legend. The thief knew that the Western Star and Eastern Star legend would captivate not only Miss Marvel, but also the public imagination. By creating an expectation of a reunion, by hinting at a rightful ownership, they sought to manipulate the very narrative of the crime. He then explained his counter-strategy. By replacing the original with the replica at the gala, he had effectively nullified the public aspect of the planned theft. The actual target, the real Western Star, remained where Miss Marvel had hidden it, precisely as Poirot had instructed. The thief, whoever they were, would have attempted to locate it at the residence, perhaps even in her usual safe, having been given a psychological green light by the perceived success at the gala. The final twist, however, was the most satisfyingly intricate. Main Chapter 2, The Tragedy at Marsden Manor. The crisp autumn air held a hint of melancholy, a mood often reflected in the letters that found their way to our Baker Street flat. It was one such afternoon when a rather peculiar missive landed on Hastings' desk. I, Hercule Poirot, was meticulously arranging my collection of antique snuff boxes, a task requiring the utmost precision, when Hastings' exasperated sigh broke the peaceful quiet. "Another one, Poirot," he declared, pushing a document across the polished surface of our table. "From a certain Captain Black, of Marsden Manor. It seems the gentleman is concerned about some letters he's received, threats, he calls them, implying a supernatural presence in his house, or at least a malevolent intent directed his way. He wants you to investigate the matter." I paused my intricate arrangement, my head tilted ever so slightly. "Supernatural, Hastings. My little gray cells do not typically concern themselves with specters and poltergeists. However, a threat, even one cloaked in such nebulous terms, can sometimes hide a very real, very human malice." I picked up the letter, my fingers tracing the elegant, if somewhat shaky, handwriting. It spoke of strange rustlings, disembodied whispers, and a pervasive sense of dread. Captain Black, it seemed, was a man of nervous disposition, easily swayed by tales of the uncanny. He hinted at a specific legend connected to Marsden Manor, a tale of a jilted lover's curse. Before I could delve deeper into the captain's anxieties, a sudden, sharper piece of news reached us. It came not as another letter, but as a brief, almost dismissive paragraph buried deep within the morning's newspaper. Hastings, ever the diligent reader of current events, brought it to my attention the following day, his brow furrowed with a mild degree of consternation. "Poirot," he began, tapping the article with his index finger, "do you remember that Captain Black we were just discussing? The one from Marsden Manor, who wrote about the supernatural threats?" I nodded, my mind already making a connection. "Indeed, Hastings. A gentleman easily perturbed, if his correspondence was any indication." "Well," Hastings continued, a note of quiet solemnity entering his voice, "it seems Captain Black is dead." My small, neat mustache twitched. "Dead? Sacre bleu! And how, pray tell, did this unfortunate gentleman meet his end?" Hastings read from the paper, his voice low. "It says here, Captain Black, of Marsden Manor, whose health had been failing for some time, succumbed suddenly yesterday to a massive hemorrhage. The article offers condolences to his widow, Mrs. Black, and mentions that the death was entirely natural, confirmed by his physician, Dr. Wilkinson, and the coroner. No inquest deemed necessary. It seems a clear-cut case, a tragic but natural passing." I took the newspaper from Hastings, my eyes scanning the concise report. "A massive hemorrhage," I murmured, the words tasting clinical, almost too neat. "And no inquest? That, Hastings, is a detail that gives me pause. A man who writes to Hercule Poirot about being threatened, even by spirits, does not simply drop dead of a hemorrhage without at least a ripple of interest from the authorities, unless, of course, the cause is utterly and undeniably apparent. But even then, given the prior correspondence, one might expect a modicum of curiosity." Hastings, ever practical, shrugged slightly. "Perhaps his health truly was failing, Poirot. People do die, after all. The threats, as he called them, might have been nothing more than the imaginings of a sick man." I shook my head, my eyes still fixed on the newspaper's stark black print. "Perhaps, Hastings. But my little gray cells, they whisper to me. They suggest that when a man appeals to me for help, and then dies so suddenly and conveniently, there might be more to the story than meets the eye. A massive hemorrhage is a sudden thing, yes, but it can also be a convenient curtain drawn across a less palatable truth. No, Hastings, this will not do. This smells to me, mon ami, of a crime that seeks to disguise itself as an act of nature. We shall go to Marsden Manor." My decision was met with Hastings' usual blend of dutiful compliance and mild bewilderment. He was accustomed to my often unconventional leaps of logic, yet he had a tendency to exaggerate. "This house is old, and old houses creak. The wind can make strange noises." He had been reading too many ghost stories, I think. He spoke of a curse, of a woman who roamed these halls. It was all nonsense, of course. Her tone was firm, almost impatient, as if dispelling a tiresome illusion. "Nonsense, perhaps," I mused aloud, stroking my mustache. But sometimes, madam, the most seemingly absurd notions can be rooted in a very tangible reality. Might I, with your permission, observe the library where your husband passed away? Sometimes, the environment itself can whisper secrets to Hercule Poirot. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, her eyes flickering, before she inclined her head. Of course, Monsieur Poirot. Though I assure you, you will find nothing but a comfortable room where a tragedy occurred. As we made our way to the library, a sense of quiet foreboding settled over me. Hastings, walking beside me, shot me a questioning glance, clearly still seeing no cause for alarm. But for me, the pieces were beginning to jiggle, to whisper of a pattern emerging from the seemingly random. A nervous man, obsessed with supernatural fears, dies of a sudden hemorrhage, and his calm, collected wife dismisses all his prior anxieties as mere fancy. It was all just a little too tidy, a little too convenient. The library was a grand room, lined with imposing bookcases filled with weighty tomes. A large desk dominated the center, cluttered with papers and an elaborate inkstand. A deep leather armchair, facing the fireplace, was where Captain Black had met his end. The room felt cold, despite the embers glowing faintly in the grate. I walked slowly, my eyes missing nothing. The arrangement of books, the dust motes dancing in the shafts of fading sunlight, the pattern of the Persian rug. I paused by the armchair. It was still in situ, as if waiting for its occupant to return. I ran my hand along the armrest, my senses alert. There was no obvious sign of struggle, no overturned furniture, nothing to indicate a violent end. It was exactly as Mrs. Black had described, a man simply collapsing in his chair. You said he was finishing paperwork, madam? I asked, indicating the desk. Yes, she confirmed from the doorway, where she stood with her hands clasped before her. Business matters, I believe. He was quite particular about them. My gaze fell upon a small, polished wooden box on a side table, near the armchair. It was an ordinary enough object, perhaps for cigars or trinkets. I picked it up, my fingers testing its weight. And this box, madam? Was it always here? Yes, I believe so, she replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. It holds some of his mementos. I opened the box. Inside, nestled on a velvet lining, lay a collection of old coins, a pocket watch, and a small, delicate silver locket. Nothing immediately remarkable. I closed it again, placing it back exactly as I had found it. My eyes then drifted to the window. It overlooked a meticulously maintained rose garden, now bare and skeletal in the autumn chill. The window itself was tightly latched. And the window, madam? Was it open at any point? No, she said. My husband was very particular about drafts. Especially with his delicate health, he kept the windows firmly shut. I continued my silent perambulation, my mind sifting through the details, searching for the discordant note in the seemingly harmonious melody of natural death. Hastings, observing my meticulous movements, remained respectfully silent, though I could practically feel his internal dialogue of bewilderment. "Poirot," he eventually ventured, breaking the quiet, "what precisely are you looking for?" "It all seems perfectly normal." "Normal, Hastings, is a word that often hides the most abnormal of truths," I retorted softly, my gaze now fixed on a small, almost invisible scorch mark on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. It was faint, easily overlooked, but my eyes, honed by years of observation, registered its presence. It was small, no larger than a pea, and— "1,000 apologies for disturbing you further in your time of grief." We took our leave, the cold night air a welcome change from the stuffy atmosphere of the manor. As we drove away, the manor's imposing silhouette receding into the twilight, Hastings burst out, a silver statuette. "Poirot, what was that all about?" I don't recall Captain Black mentioning anything of the sort in his letter. "Indeed not, mon ami," I replied, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. "It was a small invention of Hercule Poirot. A piece of bait, if you will. To see if I could catch a reaction. And I did." Her denial was a trifle too vehement, too immediate. She knew something, Hastings, or at least suspected my motive. "But what does it mean?" Hastings pressed, still confused. "It means, my dear Hastings, that our Mrs. Black is not quite as unaffected as she would have us believe. She is a clever woman, very clever. But even the cleverest of minds can make a tiny slip. She denies the statuette with too much certainty, as if she has already searched for it, or made sure it was not to be found." I leaned back in the seat, a thoughtful expression on my face. Captain Black was a man afraid of the supernatural, convinced the house held a curse. His death was ascribed to a natural hemorrhage. And now, we discover a substantial insurance policy, with Mrs. Black as the sole beneficiary. It is, Hastings, a confluence of circumstances that points not to a ghost, but to a very human hand. "But how, Poirot?" Hastings asked, his voice now laced with genuine curiosity, his skepticism finally giving way to intrigue. "How could she possibly cause a hemorrhage without leaving any trace?" "Ah, mon ami, that is the piece de resistance, is it not?" I mused. "The method. It must be something that appears natural, something that mimics the body's own weaknesses. A sudden shock, perhaps. A fright so profound that it induces a fatal physiological response. The human heart is a fragile instrument, Hastings, particularly when already weakened by apprehension and fear." My thoughts turned to Captain Black's original letter, describing disembodied whispers and a pervasive sense of dread. And Mrs. Black's dismissal of it all as mere nonsense. Was it nonsense, or was it a carefully orchestrated campaign of terror, designed to prey on her husband's nervous disposition, to weaken his heart, to set the stage for the final, fatal fright? I pictured the scorch mark on the mantelpiece, the tight-shut window. No signs of struggle, no obvious weapon. But what if the weapon was not a physical object, but an induced sensation? A psychological assault, culminating in a fatal shock. This was a crime of intellect, a cold and calculated manipulation. The next day, I spent hours poring over medical texts, much to Hastings' bemusement. I was seeking to understand the precise conditions under which a hemorrhage, specifically a cerebral hemorrhage, could be induced by extreme emotional shock. The medical literature confirmed my suspicions. While rare, it was indeed possible, especially in individuals with pre-existing vascular weaknesses or high blood pressure, conditions which Captain Black might have harbored, contributing to his failing health. I considered the silver statuette light. It had been designed to make her curious, to make her think I was looking for something specific, perhaps even something incriminating. I needed to escalate. I needed to truly unnerve her. My plan began to crystallize. It involved playing on the very superstitions that Captain Black had embraced and Mrs. Black had so emphatically dismissed. I would create my own supernatural event, but one with a very human, and very Poirotian, twist. The following morning, we returned to Marsden Manor. Mrs. Black received us with a practiced politeness, though I detected a subtle tightening around her eyes, a hint of watchfulness. "Monsieur Poirot," she began, her voice carefully modulated, "I trust your further deliberations on my husband's fanciful notions have proved fruitless." "On the contrary, madam," I reply. Her eyes were wide now, fixed on me, then darting to the corner where the flash paper had seemingly erupted from nothing. "The sudden fright, madam," I said, my voice cutting through the lingering tension, my eyes boring into hers. "The sudden, shocking fright, designed to seize a man already weakened by anxiety and apprehension. To push a fragile heart past its breaking point. To induce a hemorrhage." I leaned forward slightly, my voice now utterly devoid of theatricality, replaced by a cold, hard certainty. "The scorch mark on the mantelpiece, madam. It was not from a careless match. It was from a small charge, detonated to create a sudden, terrifying noise and flash of light. A prearranged signal, perhaps. Or perhaps, the final blow in a campaign of terror designed to simulate a haunting, but truly intended to induce the very condition that killed Captain Black." Her face was ashen. The composure, the serene sorrow, the polite dismissals, all had vanished, replaced by a raw, naked fear. Her breathing was shallow, rapid. You cannot prove this," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Ah, but I can, madam," I countered, my eyes never leaving hers. "Consider. Your husband writes to me, describing supernatural threats. You dismiss them as fancy. Yet, suddenly, he dies of a hemorrhage. And conveniently, there is a large insurance policy of which you are the beneficiary. It is a motive as old as greed itself. The method, madam, was ingenious in its simplicity and its cruelty. You cultivated his fears. You exploited his nervous disposition. You created the atmosphere of a haunting, perhaps with subtle noises, perhaps with staged sightings, things easily dismissed by the rational mind, but terrifying to the superstitious. And then, at the opportune moment, when his heart was already weak from constant apprehension, you delivered the final, fatal shock. A noise, a flash, a sudden apparition, perhaps you yourself, dressed for the part, knowing his heart would give out. I gestured towards the side table. The locket, madam, was a simple test. To see what small, personal item might have been used to trigger a memory, a fear, a final surge of adrenaline. It rattled just now, did it not? A sound easily dismissed, but a sound that caught your attention. Her eyes darted around the room, as if seeking an escape, finding none. The weight of my accusations, the suddenness of my supernatural manifestations, and the chilling accuracy of my reconstruction of events, had broken her. He changed the will, she stammered, her voice choked with desperation. He was going to leave everything to a distant cousin. After all those years. I couldn't bear it. He was a hypochondriac, always imagining things. He just needed a push. The confession, when it came, was a torrent of words, a desperate spilling of guilt and fear. She admitted to staging the haunting, preying on Captain Black's nervous disposition. She had subtly moved objects, created strange sounds, even occasionally whispered his name from hidden corners. She had orchestrated a campaign of psychological warfare, slowly eroding his mental and physical health. And the final act? It was a simple, brutal device. A small, concealed mechanism, perhaps spring-loaded, or a firework, triggered to create a sudden, violent noise and flash in the library, precisely at the moment she knew he was alone and particularly vulnerable. The scorch mark on the mantelpiece, she admitted, was indeed from a small, rudimentary device that produced a flash and a bang. It was designed to mimic a sudden, violent manifestation of the curse, knowing that his already weakened heart would not withstand the shock. She had timed her brief absence from the room perfectly. So the massive hemorrhage was indeed induced by a sudden, severe shock, I concluded, my voice firm now, the theatrics dropped. A direct result of your deliberate actions, madam. A very human, very cruel murder, disguised as a tragedy of nature. Hastings, who had listened to the entire confession with a mixture of age. Main Chapter 3, The Adventure of the Cheap Flat. Our story begins, as so many of our adventures did, in the comfortable, if somewhat eccentrically decorated, sitting room of Monsieur Hercule Poirot. It was a day like any other, or so it seemed to me. Captain Arthur Hastings, late of His Majesty's Armed Forces. I was immersed in the morning papers, specifically the classified advertisements, a section I found curiously absorbing and, dare I say, sometimes even inspiring. The mundane tapestry of everyday life, woven with offers of services, sales of furniture, and opportunities for employment, often provided a pleasant respite from the more dramatic, and often depressing, headlines of political turmoil and societal woes. My eyes, however, were drawn to a particular entry, one that, at first glance, struck me as an absolute marvel of urban opportunity, a veritable gem amidst the drab announcements. "Poirot," I called out, my voice betraying a note of genuine surprise and excitement, laced with the unadulterated pleasure of discovering a genuine bargain. "Listen to this. A flat, furnished, in Wimbledon, 5 rooms, for only £80 a year. Can you believe it? £80. It's practically a gift, a philanthropic gesture in this otherwise cutthroat rental market. What a stroke of luck for some fortunate soul to stumble upon such an unbelievable concession, especially in these trying times when housing costs seem to soar relentlessly." I lowered the newspaper, expecting Poirot to share my astonishment, perhaps even a touch of envy for the hypothetical tenant who would soon secure such a splendid deal. He, however, merely hummed, a low, contemplative sound that, I had long since learned, signified not agreement or even casual interest, but rather the ignition of his formidable mental machinery. He was polishing a small, intricate piece of porcelain, a delicate Meissen shepherdess with rosy cheeks and a tiny, chipped crook, his movements precise and unhurried, almost ritualistic, his gaze fixed with an intensity that suggested he was not merely cleaning, but communing with the object, deciphering its very soul, a miniature world of order and perfection that mirrored the ideal he constantly sought in the chaos of human affairs. "A gift, mon ami Hastings," he murmured, without looking up, his voice retaining that soft, almost purring quality that always preceded a profound observation. "A gift is often accompanied by a ribbon, perhaps a card with well wishes, expressing genuine sentiment. But in the harsh, unforgiving world of commercial property, particularly in a city as ravenous for space and as financially demanding as London, a gift such as this, a flat so preposterously cheap, is more often accompanied by something entirely less benevolent, something designed to ensnare or mislead. Tell me, what do your little gray cells, such as they are, suggest as a truly logical, rather than merely hopeful, reason for this remarkable generosity?" I hesitated, caught completely off guard by his immediate skepticism. My own thoughts, rather more straightforward and less inclined to suspect grand schemes, had simply concluded that someone, perhaps an absentee landlord or a person in urgent need of quick cash due to unforeseen circumstances, had simply made a mistake, or perhaps genuinely wished to be exceedingly kind, a rare but not impossible occurrence. The idea of malevolence, of something deeply sinister lurking beneath such an appealing facade, had not even remotely crossed my mind. It was a testament to the fundamental difference in our outlooks. I saw the world as it presented itself, while Poirot always looked for the hidden currents. "Well, Poirot," I began, trying to articulate my simpler rationale, "perhaps the owner is simply a philanthropic individual, a benevolent soul who understands the struggles of ordinary people. Or perhaps the area isn't as desirable as one might think, though Wimbledon is generally considered quite respectable and sought after. Or, a common enough occurrence, there's some minor structural flaw, easily remedied, that has deterred others, leading to a reduction in price. Ah, Hastings, toujours l'optimiste. Always seeking the most benign, the most comforting, the least challenging explanation for everything that presents itself as an anomaly. But consider, mon ami, the fundamental laws of economics, the inexorable principles of supply and demand that govern our material world. In London, particularly in a location such as Wimbledon, desirable and well connected by transport links, a furnished 5-room flat at £80 a year is not merely cheap, it is an economic impossibility. It defies every logical metric of market value. And when logic, that beautiful, pristine structure of thought, is defied so blatantly, so ostentatiously, it is usually because there is a more profound, often darker, indeed, a quite criminal, logic at play beneath the surface. This flat, mon ami, smells of trouble, of a hidden purpose, a subtle deceit cloaked in an absurdly, almost insultingly, generous offer. It is a discord in the symphony of urban life. Poirot finally set down his porcelain figurine, his task completed to his satisfaction. His green eyes, sharp and alert, filled with an almost predatory intelligence, fixed on me. He picked up the newspaper, his small, elegant fingers, accustomed to handling delicate objects and intricate clues, tracing the advertisement. He examined it with the intensity of a diamond appraiser, or an archaeologist deciphering an ancient inscription, as if the very ink and typography held secrets he could discern with his almost supernatural touch and intellect. His brain, he often reminded me, was a finely tuned machine, and a cheap flat in Wimbledon was an unexpected cog in that machine, demanding immediate attention. No, Hastings, this is not a mistake that can be simply brushed aside. This is not a benevolent act of charity. This is an invitation. But to what exactly? That, my friend, is the question we must endeavor to answer with all the rigor our combined intellects can muster. I propose, mon ami, that you take up this invitation. Go and investigate this phenomenon. Present yourself as a prospective tenant, filled with an admirable and understandable desire for an inexpensive dwelling. Observe. One rarely finds such a generous offer, even in less fashionable districts. Her nervousness seemed to intensify visibly. She wrung her hands slightly, a gesture of barely concealed agitation, and her gaze flickered around the room before settling briefly, fleetingly, on me. She seemed to be searching for the right words, or perhaps recalling a pre-prepared script. "Oh, well, yes, it is rather a bargain, isn't it?" she stammered, her voice regaining that breathy, slightly strained quality. "It's just that the owner, he lives abroad, you see. And he just wants someone reliable to look after the place. He's not really concerned with making a profit, just ensuring it's occupied and cared for. And he doesn't want the hassle of finding new tenants all the time, so he prefers to offer a very good rate to someone who will stay long term. Pure luck, I suppose, for whoever snatches it up." Her explanation, though plausible enough on the surface, felt rehearsed, like lines learned by rote. There was an underlying tremor in her voice, a practiced quality to her words that struck me as slightly artificial, lacking genuine conviction. It was too smooth, too convenient, too glib. I continued my inspection, noting the impeccably clean windows, the fresh, unblemished paintwork, the functional but utterly characterless kitchen. Everything was in order, perhaps too much in order, to the point of sterility. There was no personal touch, no small memento, no sign of genuine habitation. It was, as Poirot would later confirm, like a show flat, a stage set awaiting its actors. I asked a few more perfunctory questions, feigned enthusiasm, and promised to be in touch. As I left, Miss Robinson seemed to visibly relax, a faint but palpable sigh of relief escaping her lips, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Upon my return, Poirot was, as always, waiting, a fresh pot of herbal infusion steaming on the low table. He listened to my detailed account with his customary intense concentration, interjecting only occasionally with a crisp mais oui or intéressant, sounds that vibrated with his keen processing of every syllable. I recounted every observation, from the exact shade of the wallpaper to the nervous dart of Miss Robinson's eyes, the slight tremor in her voice, and the curious lack of any personal effects within the apartment. "So, Hastings," Poirot began, once I had exhausted my report, "you found the flat itself to be perfectly agreeable, almost unnervingly so, yet the circumstances surrounding it, and the young lady, gave you significant pause." "Precisely, Poirot. The flat was fine, almost suspiciously so. It felt vacant. But Miss Robinson, she seemed on edge, like a performer on a stage. Her explanation for the low rent felt off. Too convenient, too glib. And the flat itself had no personality. It was like a blank canvas, waiting for someone to paint a life onto it, but no one had yet dared. There was an emptiness that resonated. Excellent, Hastings. Your little gray cells are beginning to stir, beginning to acknowledge the subtle dissonances. Too convenient, too glib, no personality. These are precisely the anomalies that shout to Hercule Poirot that something is profoundly amiss, that the surface calm hides a turbulent undertow. A stage set, you say? A perfect analogy indeed. Now, let us consider. If this Miss Robinson is merely a puppet, a figurehead, an actor playing a role, then who is pulling her strings? And why? This flat, my friend, is not merely a cheap dwelling, it is a carefully constructed trap. The question is, who is the bait, and who are the hunters, poised to strike? Poirot leaned back, placing his fingertips together in his characteristic pose of profound thought, his gaze directed at some unseen point above my head. The air in the room seemed to thicken with unspoken possibilities, with the palpable potential for danger and the intricate machinations of human deception. I have been making my own inquiries, Hastings, while you were on your reconnaissance mission, Poirot continued. And then, you, my dear Hastings, with your admirable, if sometimes unsophisticated, curiosity, brought me the most unusual, the most glaringly out of place detail of all, the absurdly cheap flat. It screamed trap to my logical mind, a blatant imbalance that could not be ignored. So what now, Poirot? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, filled with a renewed sense of urgency. How do we stop them? The real Miss Hart must be in terrible danger, even now. Indeed she is, Hastings. But now we have the advantage. We know their game, their precise strategy. We know their location. The impostor, the false Miss Robinson, is still in the flat, waiting, oblivious to the fact that she is now a pawn in a much larger game. And what do you think, Hastings, is the best way to catch a spider, one that has so cunningly spun its web? You use its own web against it. I ventured, recalling some of Poirot's past, equally ingenious, stratagems. Precisement. We shall turn their trap into our own, a reversal of fortune. The real Miss Hart is still under the vigilant protection of Scotland Yard, thankfully, though she is aware of the grave peril she faces. We shall use her, not as bait to be caught, but as bait to catch the true predators. The mafia agents are operating from across the street, I have discovered through my own discreet inquiries. They are observing the flat, waiting, poised like coiled springs, for the real Elsa Hart to make her appearance. They expect to see her enter, and then, at their chosen moment, when they perceive the opportune instant, they will make their move, a swift, decisive strike. Poirot's eyes sparkled with an almost childlike glee, despite the deadly seriousness of the situation. He was like a grand chess master, setting up his pieces for a magnificent checkmate, relishing the intellectual challenge of outmaneuvering such a formidable opponent. Here is the plan, Hastings. We shall orchestrate a little drama, a carefully choreographed piece of theater. The real Miss Hart will indeed arrive at the flat, under heavy, albeit discreet, protection. At precisely the right moment, we shall stage a diversion within the flat itself. A commotion, a struggle, perhaps even the distinct sound of a gunshot, a blank, of course, to create the illusion of deadly action. The mafia agents, across the street, will believe their long-awaited opportunity has come, that their accomplice has made her move, or that Miss Hart is resisting elimination. They will rush over, thinking to finish the job, to silence Miss Hart and perhaps seize any documents or information they believe she carries. And when they do, Hastings, when they cross that threshold, they will walk straight into the waiting arms of Inspector Japp and his men, who will be waiting, concealed, inside and around the building, ready to pounce. The sheer audacity of the plan took my breath away. It was so simple, yet so brilliant in its psychological manipulation, turning the enemy's expectations and their own ruthlessness against them. And my role, Poirot? I asked, eager to play my part, however small. Your role, mon ami, will be to observe, to be present, to lend an air of legitimacy to the initial stages of the operation, and perhaps to assist in the initial stages of preparing the stage within the flat. You will be a vital, if somewhat unwitting, part of my elaborate theater. You will see firsthand how a small, seemingly insignificant detail like a cheap flat can unravel an entire international conspiracy, exposing its ugly underbelly. The day of the operation arrived, thick with tension that crackled in the crisp London air. Scotland Yard officers, dressed as ordinary citizens, mingled discreetly in the street, their casual demeanor belied by their watchful eyes. Inspector Japp, looking grimmer and more determined than usual, was barking last-minute instructions to his plainclothes constables, his voice low but firm. I was positioned in a neighboring building, an old tailor's shop, with a clear view of the targeted flat and the house across. The lack of personal touches in the flat? A deliberate choice. One does not decorate a stage set with genuine family heirlooms or the clutter of a lived life, for that would provide unwanted clues, unscripted realities. But the naval plans, Poirot. How did they tie into all this, beyond being the general motivation for the mafia's involvement? I asked, still trying to grasp the full extent of the intricate web, the exact connections. The plans, mon ami, were the ultimate prize, the grand objective. The mafia was not just a common criminal organization, they were pawns, or perhaps partners, in a larger game of international intrigue, acting on behalf of a foreign power that coveted Britain's naval superiority. They had been tasked with acquiring those plans, and Giuseppe was their key operative. When he was eliminated by his own people, a typical mafia precaution to silence a loose end and prevent any links back to them, the trail connecting them to the theft became harder to follow. Miss Hart, however, had overheard fragments, seen faces, that could re-establish that crucial link, could expose the entire chain of command. She was their last potential obstacle, their greatest liability. By silencing her, they would have ensured the safety of their network and the continued obscurity of the destination of those stolen plans, keeping their secret safe and their patrons secure. and the staged shooting?" I inquired, recalling the sudden, shocking sound that had precipitated the final charge. "Ah, the piece de resistance." The mafia agents, watching from across the street, were expecting a quiet, discreet interception, a smooth disappearance of Miss Hart. They would have believed the impostor, Miss Robinson, would simply let Miss Hart in, and then they would deal with her in silence. But a sudden shooting, a dramatic event, it immediately suggests that something has gone terribly wrong, or that the opportunity to eliminate her is now urgent and fleeting. They would assume their impostor had been caught in the act, or that Miss Hart was resisting with unexpected vigor. This unexpected chaos, this disruption of their careful plan, would compel them to act, to rush in, to seize the moment, abandoning their cautious surveillance. And that, my dear Hastings, is when they walked straight into our waiting arms, caught in their own trap. We used their own greed, their own assumption of control, their own violent tendencies, to spring our trap. He paused, taking a delicate sip from his herbal infusion, his gaze content. The adventure of the cheap flat, Hastings, proves once again that the most mundane details, the most innocuous advertisements, can conceal the most audacious and far-reaching crimes. A bargain is rarely just a bargain in this world. It is often a signal, a lure, a whisper in the wind that something truly significant, truly sinister, is afoot. One only needs to listen with the right ears, and observe with the right kind of gray cells, to discern the truth hidden beneath the layers of deception. And so, another case was brilliantly concluded, proving that even the most seemingly innocent advertisement in a morning paper could hide a labyrinthine world of international espionage and deadly danger, all brought to light by the extraordinary mind of Hercule Poirot. And for me, Captain Hastings, it was another unforgettable lesson in the subtle art of observation, and the enduring truth that in the realm of crime, nothing, absolutely nothing, is ever truly cheap. Narrator, our story begins, as so many of our adventures did, in the comfortable, if somewhat eccentrically decorated, sitting room of Monsieur Hercule Poirot. It was a day like any other, or so it seemed to me. Captain Arthur Hastings, late of His Majesty's Armed Forces. I was immersed in the morning papers, specifically the classified advertisements, a section I found curiously absorbing and, dare I say, sometimes even inspiring. The mundane tapestry of everyday life, woven with offers of services, sales of furniture, and opportunities for employment. Narrator, Poirot finally set down his porcelain figurine, his task completed to his satisfaction. His green eyes, sharp and alert, filled with an almost predatory intelligence, fixed on me. He picked up the newspaper, his small, elegant fingers, accustomed to handling delicate objects and intricate clues, tracing the advertisement. He examined it with the intensity of a diamond appraiser, or an archaeologist deciphering an ancient inscription, as if the very ink and typography held secrets he could discern with his almost supernatural touch and intellect. His brain, he often reminded me, was a finely tuned machine, and a cheap flat in Wimbledon was an unexpected cog in that machine, demanding immediate attention. Poirot, no, Hastings, this is not a mistake that can be simply brushed aside. This is not a benevolent act of charity. This is an invitation. But to what exactly? That, my friend, is the question we must endeavor to answer with all the rigor our combined intellects can muster. I propose, mon ami, that you take up this invitation. Go and investigate this phenomenon. Present yourself as a prospective tenant, filled with an admirable and understandable desire for an inexpensive dwelling. Observe everything, every minute detail, every nuance of the situation. The location, the condition of the flat, the individual showing it to you. Every detail, no matter how insignificant or mundane it may seem to your robust, yet sometimes unsubtle, English brain, could be a vital piece of the intricate puzzle we are about to unravel. Narrator, I felt a familiar thrill of adventure stirring within me, a sense of purpose beyond the quotidian. While my initial curiosity had been purely practical, born of a desire for a good deal, Poirot's words had skillfully ignited the more romantic, investigative side of my nature, the part that longed for excitement and intrigue. This was precisely the kind of unexpected turn that made life with Poirot so utterly engaging, so far removed from the dull routine of a retired army officer. Hastings, very well, Poirot. I shall go at once. What precisely should I be looking for, beyond the obvious amenities of the flat? Poirot, do not look for anything specific, Hastings, Poirot instructed, his voice now imbued with a tone of serious counsel. Simply be observant. Let your senses guide you, let them be antennae picking up every subtle vibration. Note discrepancies, however minor they might appear on the surface. Pay attention to the atmosphere, the feeling of the place, the lingering scent of something out of place. And above all, observe the person who shows you the flat. Are they too eager, perhaps trying too hard to convince you? Too nervous, betraying a hidden apprehension? Too polished, their performance too perfect? Too unconvincing, their narrative faltering? Anything that seems even slightly out of place from the ordinary, everyday transaction, anything that disturbs the natural rhythm of things, that is what you must bring back to me. Return and report everything, with the meticulousness of a man describing his morning tea, detailing every nuance of flavor and temperature. Narrator, and so, armed with Poirot's cryptic, yet strangely inspiring, instructions, I set off for Wimbledon. The journey itself was unremarkable, a typical London bus ride, observing the daily ebb and flow of city life, the faces of commuters, the bustling shops. The address led me to a pleasant, tree-lined street, the kind of respectable residential thoroughfare where one would expect to find solid, comfortable homes, certainly not properties advertised at such suspiciously low rates. The flat itself was on the first floor of a Victorian house, its bay window looking out onto a small, well-tended garden, neatly manicured but devoid of personality, much like the flat itself would prove to be. I rang the bell, my heart, I confess, beating a little faster with anticipation and a prickle of unease. The door was opened by a young woman, perhaps in her late 20s, neatly dressed in rather nondescript clothing. "W.I. Your little gray cells are beginning to stir, beginning to acknowledge the subtle dissonances. Too convenient, too glib, no personality. These are precisely the anomalies that shout to Hercule Poirot that something is profoundly amiss, that the surface calm hides a turbulent undertow. A stage set, you say? A perfect analogy indeed. Now, let us consider. If this Miss Robinson is merely a puppet, a figurehead, an actor playing a role, then who is pulling her strings? And why? This flat, my friend, is not merely a cheap dwelling, it is a carefully constructed trap. The question is, who is the bait, and who are the hunters, poised to strike? Narrator, Poirot leaned back, placing his fingertips together in his characteristic pose of profound thought, his gaze directed at some unseen point above my head. The air in the room seemed to thicken with unspoken possibilities, with the palpable potential for danger and the intricate machinations of human deception. Poirot, I have been making my own inquiries, Hastings, while you were on your reconnaissance mission, Poirot continued, a glint of triumph in his eye. The name Robinson is a rather common one, is it not? A most useful one for those who wish to disappear into anonymity or, conversely, to appear where they should not be. It turns out, my friend, that there has been another Miss Robinson of some considerable interest to the authorities. An American lady, in fact. Her real name, the name that truly signifies her identity, is Miss Elsa Hart. Narrator, my brow furrowed in confusion, the connection still eluding me. Hastings, Elsa Hart? What has she to do with our cheap flat, Poirot? Surely not every Miss Robinson is a person of interest. Poirot, everything, Hastings, everything. Miss Elsa Hart is not merely an American tourist enjoying a leisurely stay in England. She is a vital witness in a matter of the gravest international importance, a situation that could genuinely destabilize global alliances. She was, you see, unfortunately present during an assassination carried out by an offshoot of the Italian Mafia, a rather ruthless organization known for its far-reaching influence, its shadowy operations across continents, and its unwavering determination to silence those who witness their darker dealings. Her testimony is crucial, not merely for the pursuit of justice for a single murder, but for national security, for the protection of state secrets. Hastings, national security. I echoed, the pieces beginning to click into place, forming a far more sinister and expansive picture than I had initially imagined possible from a simple advertisement. The scope of the conspiracy was suddenly vast. Poirot, We, National Security, Hastings. The assassination in question, while appearing to be merely a brutal gangland killing, was actually connected to the recent theft of highly sensitive British naval plans. Specifically, the intricate designs for our latest, most advanced submarine, the L2. These plans, if they fell into the wrong hands, into the arsenals of a hostile foreign power, could compromise the safety of our entire fleet, indeed, the very balance of naval power in Europe, potentially precipitating an international crisis. Giuseppe, a figure deeply linked to both the theft and to the mafia, was the man assassinated. Miss Hart, inadvertently, through a twist of fate, saw something that could unequivocally link the mafia directly to the theft and to the foreign powers interested in acquiring those invaluable plans. Narrator, the implications were staggering, almost overwhelming. A seemingly innocuous classified advertisement in a morning paper was suddenly intertwined with international espionage of the highest order, a clandestine criminal network spanning nations, and the very security of the British Empire. It was a testament to Poirot's unique ability to connect disparate threads. Poirot, Miss Hart was granted asylum in England. The authorities here have been trying to keep her safe, to prepare her to give evidence against this formidable organization. Narrator, the sheer audacity of the plan took my breath away. It was so simple, yet so brilliant in its psychological manipulation, turning the enemy's expectations and their own ruthlessness against them. Hastings, and my role, Poirot? I asked, eager to play my part, however small. Poirot, your role, mon ami, will be to observe. To be present, to lend an air of legitimacy to the initial stages of the operation, and perhaps to assist in the initial stages of preparing the stage within the flat. You will be a vital, if somewhat unwitting, part of my elaborate theater. You will see firsthand how a small, seemingly insignificant detail like a cheap flat can unravel an entire international conspiracy, exposing its ugly underbelly. Narrator, the day of the operation arrived, thick with tension that crackled in the crisp London air. Scotland Yard officers, dressed as ordinary citizens, mingled discreetly in the street, their casual demeanor belied by their watchful eyes. Inspector Japp, looking grimmer and more determined than usual, was barking last-minute instructions to his plainclothes constables, his voice low but firm. I was positioned in a neighboring building, an old tailor's shop, with a clear view of the targeted flat and the house across the street, where Poirot believed the main mafia surveillance post was located. The hours dragged by, each minute stretching into an eternity of anticipation. The fake Miss Robinson, the mafia imposter, was still inside the cheap flat, blissfully unaware that her own demise, in terms of her freedom, was approaching. She had been under covert surveillance by Poirot's agents for days, her every move monitored. Suddenly, a cab pulled up outside the flat, its tires crunching softly on the gravel. From it emerged a young woman, her face pale and drawn, escorted by two stern-faced men who were clearly detectives, disguised as concerned relatives. This was the real Miss Elsa Hart, visibly frightened, but resolute, her courage shining through her fear. She ascended the steps and, after a moment of profound hesitation at the doorway of what she believed was her new safe haven, entered the flat. The tension became almost unbearable, a suffocating weight in the room. I watched, my heart thumping against my ribs with a frantic rhythm. A minute passed, then another, each one stretched taut like a violin string. The street remained quiet, deceptively peaceful, the ordinary hum of city life continuing as if nothing extraordinary was about to unfold. And then, it happened. From within the cheap flat, a muffled scream, sharp and piercing, followed almost immediately by the unmistakable, deafening crack of a pistol shot. Across the street, the effect was instantaneous and electrifying. Shadows moved frantically in the windows of the opposing house. The front door burst open with a crash, and three figures, burly men with grim, determined expressions, emerged and dashed across the road, clearly believing their accomplice had done the job and they needed to secure the evidence or finish the elimination. They hammered on the door of the cheap flat, then, finding it unlocked in the staged chaos, burst inside, their movements swift and violent. It was a matter of mere seconds. As soon as the last of them crossed the threshold, a piercing whistle, sharp and clear, cut through the air. From every direction, plainclothes officers swarmed, blocking the exits, converging on the flat. Shouts and sounds of struggle erupted from within, quickly subsiding into the metallic clink of handcuffs, marking the swift end of the confrontation. The operation was a resounding success. The mafia agents, caught completely by surprise, their well-laid plans turned against them, were apprehended without further incident. The plans for the L2 submarine were not found on them, they were never there to begin with. The Mafia's immediate aim was simply to silence Miss Hart and prevent her from testifying against the broader network and exposing their theft. The recovery of the plans would come later, through intel like. A bargain is rarely just a bargain in this world. It is often a signal, a lure, a whisper in the wind that something truly significant, truly sinister, is afoot. One only needs to listen with the right ears, and observe with the right kind of gray cells, to discern the truth hidden beneath the layers of deception. Narrator, and so, another case was brilliantly concluded, proving that even the most seemingly innocent advertisement in a morning paper could hide a labyrinthine world of international espionage and deadly danger, all brought to light by the extraordinary mind of Hercule Poirot. And for me, Captain Hastings, it was another unforgettable lesson in the subtle art of observation, and the enduring truth that in the realm of crime, nothing, absolutely nothing, is ever truly cheap. Main Chapter 4, The Mystery of Hunter's Lodge. The influenza, that most insidious and unwelcome of maladies, had laid low even the great Hercule Poirot. For days, his usually pristine apartment had been a battleground, not against crime, but against chills, fever, and the indignity of a streaming nose. He lay propped up in bed, a formidable pile of pillows behind his head, his face pale beneath his meticulously waxed mustache, a silk handkerchief never far from his grasp. Even in sickness, there was an air of fastidiousness about him, though it was somewhat diminished by his general misery. I, Captain Arthur Hastings, felt a distinct pang of sympathy for my friend, for it was truly an unusual sight to witness the indefatigable Poirot so utterly incapacitated. "Mon ami," he rasped, his voice a mere shadow of its usual vibrant tone, "is there truly no crime in all of England that awaits my particular genius? I confess, this enforced idleness, it grates upon my soul. My little grey cells, they hunger." I smiled, though it was a somewhat strained expression. "Indeed, Poirot," I began, picking up the morning paper, "it seems fate has conspired to deliver a puzzle right to your very sickbed. Just this morning, news has broken of a rather sensational murder." Poirot's eyes, though still heavy-lidded, flickered with a spark of their accustomed keenness. "Ah! A murder, you say? Proceed, Hastings. Unfold the sordid details. Let us see if this English ailment has entirely dulled my capacity for deduction." I cleared my throat, settling into the armchair beside his bed. "The victim, Poirot, is none other than Mr. Harrington Pace, the immensely wealthy American millionaire. You know the name, surely. Made his fortune in oil, I believe." Poirot gave a weak nod. "The name, it is familiar. A man of formidable financial prowess, and, from what I recall, a rather contentious character. Many enemies, perhaps." "Possibly," I conceded. "He was shot last night, at his country estate, Hunter's Lodge, up in Derbyshire. The newspaper says the local police are baffled. Inspector Japp, in fact, has just telephoned. He sounded quite out of his depth. He knows you're unwell, of course, but seemed to hope for some remote consultation, as it were." Poirot attempted a dramatic sigh, which ended in a rather undramatic wheeze. "Japp, bless his earnest heart. Always he thinks of Poirot when complexities overwhelm him. Tell me, Hastings, what is the essence of this enigma?" "Well," I continued, referring to my notes from Japp's call and the newspaper report, "it appears Mr. Pace was in his study, late last night. The servants heard a shot. They rushed in to find him dead, shot through the heart. The peculiar thing is, a masked man was seen fleeing the scene. A window was found broken, and a revolver discovered outside the house." "A masked man?" Poirot repeated, his eyebrows, even in repose, conveying a faint skepticism. "A little too theatrical, perhaps, for your staid English countryside, NSCE pa. And the window, was it broken from the inside, or the outside?" I consulted my notes again. Japp said it looked to be broken from the inside, a rather crude attempt at staging a break-in, he thought. Poirot grunted. Continue, mon ami. Who was present at Hunter's Lodge at the time of this performance? Only Mrs. Pace, his wife, and his stepdaughter, Miss Zoe Havering, along with the usual complement of servants. His nephew, Rupert Carrington, was meant to be staying, but he had apparently gone on a hunting trip and was miles away. A hunting trip, Poirot murmured, as if tasting the words. And Miss Havering? Where was she? She too was away, visiting a friend in a neighboring village. Both, it seems, have alibis that appear to be solid as rock. Poirot closed his eyes for a moment, a frown creasing his brow. So, he said, opening them again, the wealthy man is murdered. There are two obvious suspects, the wife, and the stepdaughter, both beneficiaries of his demise, perhaps. And yet, both have conveniently impeccable alibis. And then, the masked man a convenient scapegoat, designed to. It was dreadful, she whispered, her eyes wide with remembered horror. I had retired to my room early, feeling unwell. Then, around 11 o'clock, I heard the shot. A terrible, sharp sound. I rushed down, my heart pounding, and saw, oh, it was horrific. A masked man, fleeing through the window. My poor Harrington, lying there. Her voice trailed off, and she dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief. I screamed, and the servants came. We called the police immediately. I then turned to Miss Havering. And you, Miss Havering? Where were you at this time? She composed herself, her voice firmer than her stepmother's. I was staying with my friend, Mrs. Granville, in Oakley. It's about 15 miles from here. We had dinner, played bridge, and I stayed the night. I only heard the news this morning. And Mr. Carrington, the nephew? I asked. Rupert went on a hunting trip, Mrs. Pace interjected, her voice regaining a little strength. He's been gone for 3 days, up in Scotland. There's no way he could have been here. I spent the rest of the afternoon meticulously interviewing the servants. Their accounts were consistent. They had heard the shot, rushed in, found Mr. Pace dead, and Mrs. Pace distraught, claiming to have seen a masked man. No one else seemed to have seen anything suspicious. The timings, as far as they could reconstruct, placed the shot somewhere around 11 p.m. Both Mrs. Pace and Miss Havering had solid alibis for that precise moment. Mrs. Pace was supposedly in her bedroom, though she quickly came downstairs. Miss Havering was 15 miles away, with a witness. I returned to Poirot's flat late that evening, exhausted but filled with information. He was still in bed, but looked somewhat less ghastly, a slight flush replacing his earlier pallor. His eyes, however, were burning with an almost feverish intensity. Ah, Hastings. My faithful Boswell. Unload your cargo of facts upon my eager brain, he exclaimed, a faint tremor in his voice. I sat down and recounted everything in detail, the broken window, the revolver, the masked man, Mrs. Pace's distress, Miss Havering's calm demeanor, the servant's testimony, and most importantly, the impeccable alibis of the two main suspects. Poirot listened, his eyes closed, occasionally murmuring mais oui or intéressant. When I finished, he lay silent for a long moment, breathing slowly. So, he began, his voice soft, let us review these facts, Hastings. Mr. Pace is shot dead in his study. His own gun is used. A window is broken from the inside, to simulate entry from the outside. A masked man is seen fleeing, but only by the victim's wife. And both the wife and the stepdaughter, the only other people in the house or closely related, have alibis that are conveniently cast iron for the precise moment of the murder. Exactly, Poirot. I agreed, feeling I had presented the case perfectly. It's all too neat, isn't it? That's what Japp thought, and I agree. The masked man seems too much like a convenient invention. Poirot slowly nodded. Indeed, mon ami. The masked man is a fiction, almost certainly. But the question is, a fiction invented by whom, and why? Let us examine the alibis. Mrs. Pace, she was in her room, feeling unwell. She heard the shot, she says, and ran down. How long would it take her to run down, Hastings? A minute. 2. And Miss Havering, she was 15 miles away. A solid alibi, if the murder truly occurred at 11 p.m., and if she was indeed at Mrs. Granville's. Yes, I said. Both alibis seem unassailable. But what if the murder did not occur at 11 p.m., Hastings? Poirot suggested, his eyes suddenly snapping open, gleaming with a familiar brilliance. What if the timing is merely a construct? Consider the broken window. It was broken from the inside. This is crucial. This means the intruder did not break in, he broke out. Or, rather, someone inside broke it to make it look like an intruder broke out. I leaned forward, suddenly seeing a glimmer of his thought process. You mean, it was staged to mislead the police? Precise. And to the necessity of examining not just the obvious facts, but the subtle contortions of truth. I looked at him, amazed. Even from his sickbed, with only my somewhat imperfect observations to guide him, he had seen through the entire elaborate deception. The layers of lies, the manipulation of timing, the creation of a phantom intruder, all unraveled by the power of his mind. My friend, the great Hercule Poirot, was indeed remarkable, even when battling the flu. The mystery of Hunter's Lodge, though seemingly impenetrable to others, had yielded its secrets to his unique brand of intellectual prowess. And I, as his loyal chronicler, had the privilege of witnessing it, piece by astonishing piece. Main Chapter 5, The $1 Million Bond Robbery. My dear Poirot, I have a most extraordinary case for you, one that involves a vanishing act of the highest order, right in the heart of the Atlantic. It's a situation that defies all logical explanation, a puzzle worthy of your unique genius. This was Mr. Andrew Marsh, head of a prominent New York financial house, his voice tight with disbelief and utter frustration as he addressed my friend, Hercule Poirot, in our humble London flat. The telegram had arrived that very morning, a frantic summons across the ocean, detailing a theft so audacious, so seemingly impossible, it had already captivated the international financial world and baffled the most seasoned detectives on both sides of the pond. Marsh himself had flown over on the next available liner, his face etched with worry lines that seemed to deepen with every passing minute. "Mon cher ami," Poirot replied, his head tilted, a familiar gleam of curiosity sparking in his emerald eyes. He gestured towards our comfortable armchairs, offering Marsh a small, perfectly square biscuit from a silver dish, a gesture of calm in the face of impending chaos. "A vanishing act, you say? And what, precisely, has chosen to take its leave without proper farewells this time?" Marsh ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. "$1 million, Poirot. A cool $1 million in Liberty bonds. Gone. Vanished from a locked trunk, inside a locked cabin, on a transatlantic liner. The Olympia, one of the most secure vessels afloat." My own breath caught in my throat. $1 million. The sheer scale of the theft was staggering. Liberty bonds, issued by the U.S. government to fund the war, were as good as gold, highly sought after, and universally accepted. To lose such a sum, particularly under these circumstances, was not merely a financial blow, it was a devastating assault on the very concept of security and trust within the global banking system. The implications for Marsh's firm, and for international finance as a whole, were immense. A delay in the delivery of these bonds could cause significant market fluctuations, erode confidence, and lead to potentially catastrophic losses. The timeline for their delivery was critical, a matter of hours, not days. The financial world operated on precision, and this theft had thrown a wrench into its most delicate machinery. "The details, Mr. Marsh, if you please," Poirot prompted, his voice calm, but his mind already working, sifting through the layers of information, anticipating the complexities. Marsh took a deep, shuddering breath and began to recount the incredible tale. Our London representative, Mr. Vavasour, was entrusted with the task. He's a man of impeccable character, utterly reliable, and known for his meticulous attention to detail. The bonds were due to be delivered to our New York office to complete a crucial transaction. The schedule was tight, hence the decision to send them personally, rather than through less secure channels. The journey began aboard the luxurious liner, the RMS Olympia, renowned for its speed and stringent security protocols. Mr. Vavasour was accompanied by his personal secretary, a young man named Mr. Philip Ridgway, equally trusted and conscientious. The bonds themselves, a thick wad of high-denomination certificates, were carefully placed inside a stout, steel-reinforced traveling trunk. This trunk was then secured with two separate, robust locks, a combination lock and a traditional key lock, both of which were unique and sophisticated. The trunk was placed in Mr. Vavasour's private cabin, a first-class accommodation on the boat deck, an area known for its limited access and constant patrol by ship's officers. Marsh continued, his voice growing more incredulous with each detail. Mr. Vavasour, ever cautious, personally locked the trunk and then locked the cabin door from the inside before handing his own cabin key, and the key to the second trunk lock, to Philip Ridgway. The combination to the first lock, of course, Vavasour kept entirely to himself, a series of numbers committed sole. He summoned Philip, received the keys, and with a confident step, entered his cabin. Philip Ridgway remained outside, patiently awaiting Vavasour's emergence. The interval was brief. A mere minute or two, perhaps. Then, Vavasour reappeared, his face ashen, his composure shattered. His usually stoic features were contorted with an almost unbearable anguish. "They're gone, Philip. They're gone," he had stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Philip, rushing into the cabin, witnessed the scene, the open trunk, its interior starkly, terrifyingly empty. The cabin itself was undisturbed, a picture of serene order. No sign of a struggle, no overturned furniture, nothing to suggest a forceful intrusion. It was, as Mr. Marsh described, as if the bonds had simply ceased to exist within the physical realm. The ship's captain was immediately informed, an emergency meeting convened, and a thorough search of the cabin and the surrounding areas was instigated. Every passenger and crew member was questioned, their belongings inspected, but to no avail. The bonds had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an echoing void of questions. So, Hastings, Poirot turned to me after Marsh had departed, leaving behind a profound sense of despair and an urgent demand for answers. "What do you make of this impossible crime?" I scratched my head, feeling utterly perplexed. "It sounds like pure witchcraft, Poirot. Unless someone managed to duplicate the keys, and the combination, and get into the cabin without anyone seeing. But then, why no sign of forced entry? And how could they know the combination?" Poirot smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "Precisely, mon ami. The how is the very kernel of the mystery. We are told that Mr. Vavasour is a man of impeccable character, and Mr. Ridgway beyond reproach. If we accept these premises, then we must look elsewhere for our answers. The crime appears impossible because it challenges our assumptions about who had access and what occurred. He paced our small apartment, his short, precise steps, almost a physical manifestation of his active mind. Let us re-examine the facts, Hastings. The bonds were in a trunk. The trunk had 2 locks. Mr. Vavasour kept the combination to the first lock secret. The key to the second lock was with Mr. Ridgway, along with the cabin key. The cabin was locked. No forced entry. No signs of tampering. All of this screams, does it not, that no one could have taken the bonds. So they weren't taken at all. I ventured, a ludicrous thought forming in my mind. They were never there. Poirot paused, turning to fix me with a stern gaze. Ah, Hastings, you flirt with the absurd. Of course, they were there. Mr. Vavasour saw them placed there. Mr. Vavasour opened the trunk to find them gone. We must trust his eyes on this point. The bonds were physically present, and then they were physically absent. Then one of them must be lying. I exclaimed, the obvious conclusion. Either Vavasour or Ridgway. Indeed, that is the most logical conclusion, is it not? Poirot mused. But let us not leap to such a judgment so swiftly. Let us consider the alternative, that the impossible is merely a masterfully crafted illusion designed to mislead. The truth, Hastings, is rarely found in grand gestures, but in the minute details, the subtle discrepancies that prick the logical mind. The following days saw Poirot immersed in the minutiae of the case. He requested detailed schematics of the Olympia, poring over them with an intensity that suggested he could visualize every corridor and cabin. He questioned Mr. Marsh repeatedly, extracting every scrap of information about Mr. Vavasour, Mr. Ridgway, and even Miss Ridgway, the cousin, whose presence on the ship seemed entirely coincidental. Tell me more about Miss Ridgway, Mr. Marsh, Poirot had asked during a subsequent visit. What is her character like? Her relationship with her cousin? Marsh shrugged. A pleasant enough young woman, I gather. Nothing remarkable. She's been a governess, I believe, for some time. Philip is. Not by a trick of the eye in the conventional sense, but by a profound misapprehension of identity. The pieces began to fall into place, not for me immediately, but for Poirot. He requested descriptions of Mr. Vavasour's typical attire, his habits, his interactions on the ship. Then, he focused on Philip Ridgway. What was his routine? How did he carry the keys? Poirot sent a series of discreet inquiries to America, followed by a cable to the Olympia upon its arrival, requesting specific details about the passengers disembarking. The answer that came back, couched in the shipping agent's official language, confirmed his growing suspicion. You see, Hastings, Poirot explained, laying out the solution with characteristic flourish, the entire security system hinged on Mr. Vavasour and Mr. Philip Ridgway. One kept the combination, the other kept the keys. They were the only two legitimate points of access. Therefore, if the bonds were stolen without force, one of these two individuals must have been compromised, or one of them is the thief. He continued, "We established that Mr. Vavasour is an honest man. But what about Mr. Philip Ridgway? He held the keys. He had the opportunity. But he was beyond reproach." I interjected, recalling Mr. Marsh's emphatic statement. But appearances, my friend, can be deceptive," Poirot said, a glint in his eye. "Especially when they are deliberately crafted to mislead. The bonds were due in New York. The theft needed to occur during the voyage. Who would benefit from such a theft, and who had the means to pull it off under the very noses of everyone?" He then revealed the audacious truth. The real Mr. Philip Ridgway, the diligent, honest secretary, never made it to the Olympia at all. He was intercepted before the ship sailed, incapacitated, and effectively replaced by an impostor. This impostor, perfectly mimicking Philip's appearance, mannerisms, and knowledge of the arrangements, boarded the ship in his place. My jaw dropped. An impostor. The masterful use of disguise. It explained everything, and yet, it still felt so impossible. The thief, disguised as Philip Ridgway, simply played the role, Poirot elaborated. They received the keys each night from Vavasour, just as the real Philip would have. They locked them away, as the real Philip would have. But somewhere along the line, during those 3 days, the impostor seized an opportunity. When? I demanded, my mind racing. When would they have had time to get the bonds out, unlock the trunk, and replace them with nothing, without Vavasour realizing? Not that way, Hastings. That would be far too risky, too obvious, Poirot corrected gently. Remember the impossible aspect. No tampering. No forced entry. This means the bonds were removed when the trunk was legitimately opened, and when the Philip Ridgway who opened it was, in fact, the thief. He paused for dramatic effect. The key moment, Hastings, was the morning of the third day. Mr. Vavasour sends for Philip to retrieve the keys. Philip brings them. Mr. Vavasour enters his cabin, unlocks the trunk, and finds it empty. But what if the bonds were never put back into the trunk by the impostor Philip after the very first night? But Vavasour would have seen them, Poirot. I protested. He would have checked. That was his routine. And indeed he would have, my friend, Poirot concurred. But this is where the genius of the deception lay. The impostor Philip knew Vavasour's routine. On the first night, after Vavasour passed him the keys, the impostor Philip would have returned to Vavasour's cabin. He would have used the legitimate keys to open the cabin door, then the second trunk lock. Knowing the combination, either by having deduced it through observation or perhaps even having obtained it from the real Philip Ridgway during his incapacitation, the impostor would have had full, unobserved access to the bonds. He simply removed them. He then locked everything back up, carefully replacing the keys in his safe as if nothing had happened. On the main chapter 6, The Adventure of the Egyptian Tomb. The adventure of the Egyptian tomb. The air, even in England, seemed to crackle with an unnatural energy, a pervasive hum of apprehension that seeped into drawing rooms and newspaper headlines alike. It began, as many of these stories do, with the thrill of discovery. Sir John Willard, the renowned Egyptologist, had unearthed something extraordinary in the Valley of the Kings, the tomb of King Menher-Re, a pharaoh whose very name had been lost to the sands of time, shrouded in mystery for millennia. The initial reports were electric with excitement, promising unprecedented insights into ancient Egyptian civilization. Then, the whispers began. Not of historical revelation, but of something far more sinister. Barely a week after the tomb sealing and initial photographic documentation, Sir John Willard, the expedition's esteemed leader, died suddenly. The official cause was heart failure, a common enough affliction for a man of his age working under the stresses of an archaeological dig in the unforgiving heat of the Egyptian desert. But the press, ever eager for a more dramatic narrative, seized upon the timing. A curse, they shrieked, echoing tales of Tutankhamun's tomb. The pharaoh's vengeance, unleashed upon those who dared disturb his eternal slumber. I, Captain Hastings, naturally found the whole affair rather unsettling. I remembered Poirot's disdain for such superstitious nonsense, but even I had to admit, the sequence of events was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. My disquiet only deepened with the next dispatch from Egypt. Rupert Forbes, the wealthy American financier who had funded the entire excavation, a man known for his robust health and vibrant energy, succumbed to a virulent fever, described by the local doctor as a rare form of blood poisoning. His death occurred in Cairo, just days after he had visited the tomb and, according to various accounts, openly scoffed at the idea of a curse. 2 men, directly involved with the tomb, dead within a fortnight. The murmurs grew into a clamor, and soon, the whole of Europe was gripped by the terrifying prospect of an ancient, supernatural force at work. The papers were filled with lurid details, recounting ancient prophecies and dire warnings found inscribed on tomb walls. It painted a picture of inevitable doom for anyone who dared trespass. Poirot, of course, maintained his usual air of detached amusement, puffing thoughtfully on his tiny mustache. "Curse, mon ami," he would say, his eyes twinkling with a challenge. "Or merely a coincidence of unfortunate circumstance. The human mind, Hastings, is a marvel of invention, particularly when it seeks to avoid the inconvenient truth of human malevolence." Then came the third death, and this was truly the one that jolted me. Lady Willard, Sir John's sister, a woman who had never set foot in Egypt, died peacefully in her London home. Her physician attributed it to a stroke, an elderly woman simply succumbing to the natural course of life. But the timing, oh, the timing. It was too precise, too chillingly coincidental to be dismissed. 3 deaths, all linked by a thread that seemed to stretch from the dust of the pharaoh's tomb, across continents, to strike down those connected to the ill-fated discovery. The newspapers, now in a frenzy, declared it irrefutable proof. The curse was real. It pursued its victims relentlessly, a spectral hunter with an ancient grudge. I could no longer contain my anxieties. I presented the mounting evidence to Poirot, laying out the newspaper clippings, highlighting the dates, drawing lines between the deceased. "Poirot," I urged, "this is beyond the realm of coincidence. It must be the curse." Poirot, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of all human folly, leaned back in his armchair. "Ah, Hastings, your romantic spirit leaps at the opportunity for the supernatural. But my little gray cells, they prefer the more mundane, the more human explanation. A curse, you say? A convenient blanket to cover a multitude of sins, perhaps." His gaze sharpened, those keen green eyes. A worker, lifting a heavy stone, suffered a sudden, inexplicable bout of dizziness, nearly causing him to drop the ancient artifact. He recovered quickly, but the episode was enough to send a ripple of panic through the camp. It was interpreted, inevitably, as another manifestation of the curse, a warning. But Poirot, observing the man closely, noted a peculiar tremor in his hands, a sudden paleness that suggested something more than mere superstition. He spent hours studying the medical reports, cross-referencing them with the personal habits of the deceased. He looked at their finances, their relationships, their daily routines. He sought out the small inconsistencies, the overlooked details that others had dismissed as irrelevant. The heart attacks, the blood poisoning, the stroke, each was meticulously re-examined, stripped of its sensational headlines and laid bare for his logical scrutiny. He observed that while the deaths seemed varied, they all occurred in circumstances that made immediate, thorough autopsy difficult or unlikely to raise suspicion given the popular belief in the curse. The key, Poirot finally deduced, lay not in the exotic, but in the mundane, disguised by the exotic. The killer had used the prevailing atmosphere of fear as a shield, a psychological weapon. They knew that people, terrified of a supernatural force, would be less likely to look for a human hand. The method of murder had to be something that mimicked natural causes, something easily disguised, and something that could be administered remotely or opportunistically. It was in the details of Lady Willet's death, the one that seemed most detached from the tomb, that Poirot found his strongest lead. A stroke, they said. But what if the stroke was induced? What if the blood poisoning was a potent, fast-acting poison, administered in a specific way? And Sir John's heart attack? Could it have been triggered? He gathered everyone in the main tent, the flickering lamplight casting long, dancing shadows that made the already tense atmosphere almost unbearable. The faces around the table were a mixture of fear, suspicion, and weary resignation. Mess Amos, Poirot began, his voice calm, yet radiating an undeniable authority. You are here because a series of tragedies has befallen this noble endeavor. You attribute these to a curse, the vengeance of a long-dead pharaoh. I tell you, with all the certainty of my little gray cells, that you are mistaken. The hand that struck down Sir John Willard, Mr. Forbes, and Lady Willard was not the hand of an ancient god, but the hand of a very living, very human murderer. A gasp went through the tent. M. Veronneau clutched his chest. Dr. Ames looked utterly bewildered. Miss Willard, however, remained outwardly composed, though her eyes were fixed on Poirot with an intensity that bordered on fierce. Poirot continued, systematically dismantling the myth. Sir John Willard, they said, suffered a heart attack. A powerful, fast-acting poison exists, a derivative of digitalis, which, when administered in precise doses, can mimic the symptoms of a fatal cardiac event. It leaves little trace and, in the chaos of a remote dig, amidst tales of curses, would surely pass unquestioned. He paused, letting this sink in. Rupert Forbes, the financier, died of blood poisoning. But what if the blood poisoning was in fact a highly potent, perhaps slow-acting, yet ultimately fatal neurotoxin? Something that could be administered subtly, perhaps in his food or drink, designed to take effect after he had left the immediate vicinity of the tomb, thus further fueling the curse narrative by extending its reach. Poirot described how such a poison might be introduced during a shared meal or a celebratory drink, something easily overlooked amidst the general excitement and later overshadowed by the prevailing superstition. And Lady Willard, he pressed on, his gaze sweeping over each face. A stroke in London. Ah, but here is where our killer, emboldened by their previous successes and the widespread belief in the curse. Main Chapter 7, The Jewel Robbery at the Grand Metropolitan. Sound of gentle waves, distant seagulls, and light, sophisticated hotel ambience, low murmur of voices, clinking of cutlery. Narrator, ah, the Grand Metropolitan Hotel. A veritable palace by the sea, its pristine white facade gleaming under the summer sun, its manicured gardens a riot of vibrant blooms, and its opulent interiors a testament to Edwardian grandeur. Hercule Poirot, ever the connoisseur of comfort, had chosen this establishment for a brief respite from the ceaseless demands of London's criminal underbelly. He sought tranquility, he declared, a chance for his little gray cells to engage in the gentle art of observation, rather than the strenuous exercise of deduction. I, Captain Arthur Hastings, found myself quite in agreement. The sea air, the leisurely strolls along the promenade, the exquisite continental breakfasts, it was, indeed, an idyllic escape. Poirot, however, even amidst such serenity, could not entirely abandon his professional inclinations. He would often observe the other guests, a twinkle in his eye, remarking on their habits, their subtle eccentricities, their unspoken stories. Poirot, contented sigh, Hastings, Is this not magnificent? The rhythmic murmur of the waves, the tang of salt in the air, it is almost enough to make one forget the sordidness of human nature. Almost. Hastings, it certainly is, Poirot. Just what the doctor ordered. Though, I must admit, I find myself rather enjoying the gentle murmur of gossip from the next table. Mrs. Opelson, the American millionaire, has just arrived with her famed pearl necklace, they say. Worth a king's ransom. Narrator, Poirot merely hummed, a non-committal sound, but I saw his gaze flicker towards the grand entrance. A stout, flamboyant woman, bedecked in an audacious hat and enough diamonds to rival a small constellation, was indeed making a rather grand entrance, attended by a nervous-looking maid and a rather stiff valet. This, we quickly surmised, was the celebrated Mrs. Opelson. Her reputation for displaying her wealth with unapologetic gusto preceded her, and her legendary pearls, a string of perfect, creamy orbs, were reportedly the envy of every socialite on both sides of the Atlantic. They were her prized possession, her security blanket, her ultimate status symbol, worn with an air of almost defiant pride. The very air around her seemed to shimmer with the unspoken value of her accessories, and one could practically feel the collective intake of breath from the other guests as she swept through the lobby. Narrator, our peaceful holiday, however, was destined for a swift and dramatic conclusion. It began, as these things so often do, with a sudden, piercing shriek that shattered the genteel calm of the hotel. It echoed through the marble corridors, sending a ripple of unease through the dining room where Poirot and I were enjoying a meticulously arranged collation. The shriek was followed by a frantic babble of voices, and then the urgent patter of footsteps. My companion, ever alert, rose immediately, his holiday languor instantly replaced by an almost palpable professional intensity. Poirot, Hastings, it seems the sordidness of human nature has caught up with us rather sooner than anticipated. Come, let us observe this unfolding drama. It promises to be instructive. Narrator, we found the source of the commotion to be Mrs. Opelson's luxurious suite, its door flung open, revealing a scene of agitated chaos. Mrs. Opelson herself, her face a mask of shock and fury, was pacing her room like a caged tigress, her usually booming voice now a hoarse, indignant whisper. Her maid, Celeste, a picture of flustered distress, wrung her hands by the window, while the valet, Joseph, stood stiffly by the door, his features betraying a carefully controlled alarm. The hotel manager, Mr. Maltravers, a man usually radiating impeccable composure, was now a portrait of utter bewilderment, wringing his hands as he attempted to mollify the distraught millionaire. Mrs. Opelson, hysterical, close to tears. They're gone. My pearls. My priceless pearls. Poirot, however, had that familiar glint in his eye, the one that meant the little gray cells were not only working, but dancing a jig of triumphant understanding. He returned to the jewel box, picking it up and turning it over in his hands. He tapped it lightly, listened intently. Poirot, suddenly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hastings, do you recall Madame Opalson's description of her pearls? Perfect, creamy orbs, she said. And the box? It is quite old, is it not? A family heirloom, perhaps? Mrs. Opalson, confused. Yes, indeed. It belonged to my grandmother. A lovely old thing. Poirot, lovely, indeed. And very well made. Almost too well made. Now, Madame Opalson, I have a theory. Not a pleasant one, I fear, but one that will explain this impossible theft. Narrator, the tension in the room was now almost unbearable. Mr. Maldravers, the inspector, even the maid and valet, all looked at Poirot with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Poirot paused, allowing the silence to deepen, dramatically adjusting the angle of his magnificent mustache. Poirot, the pearls, Madame Opalson, were not stolen from your locked room. Not in the manner you believe, at any rate. They were, in fact, never in that box when you awoke this morning. Mrs. Opalson, indignant. What are you talking about? I put them in myself. I saw them. Poirot, ah, but did you, madam? Did you truly? Or did you merely believe you saw them? The key to this mystery, my friends, lies not in a conventional break-in, but in a rather audacious sleight of hand, orchestrated by those closest to you. This was an inside job, meticulously planned, and executed with a degree of psychological cunning designed to throw suspicion everywhere but on the true culprits. Narrator, he gestured towards the jewel box. Poirot, observe this box. It is old, yes, but it is also exceptionally well crafted. And it has, you will notice, a very subtle but clever double bottom. A false compartment. And what was placed in that false compartment, hours before Madame Opalson retired for the night, was not her priceless necklace, but a perfectly crafted replica. Narrator, a gasp went through the room. Even the inspector looked intrigued. Poirot, the pearls Madame Opalson placed in the visible compartment last night were, sadly, not her own. They were the fakes. The real pearls, my friends, were already secreted away, perhaps even at this very moment, in the possession of the thieves, awaiting their collection at a later, safer juncture. The theft itself, the empty box, the locked room, the apparent impossibility, all of it was a brilliantly theatrical staging designed to convince everyone that a master criminal had somehow overcome impregnable security. This would delay the alarm, sow confusion, and give the culprits ample time to make their escape with the real treasure. It was a classic misdirection, a conjurer's trick on a grand scale, leveraging human psychology and the natural tendency to believe what we think we see. The genius of the crime lay in its simplicity and its audaciousness. Poirot, and who, you ask, had both the opportunity and the knowledge to execute such a precise swap. Who knew the pearls' worth, their placement, and Mrs. Opalson's habits? Who had access to the room throughout the day, unremarked and unquestioned? Narrator: Poirot's eyes now fixed firmly on Celeste, the maid, and Joseph, the valet. Celeste's theatrical distress crumbled, replaced by a ghastly pallor. Joseph, for all his composure, visibly flinched, a tiny tell that Poirot, of course, did not miss Poirot. Celeste, your nervous hand-wringing is almost convincing, but your eyes betray a knowledge that goes beyond mere fright. And Joseph, your cool demeanor, usually commendable, now appears as a practiced mask for a guilty conscience. You, my friends, had ample opportunity during the day, perhaps while Mrs. Opalson was out enjoying the seaside, to access the room, to use your professional familiarity with her belongings, and to execute the swap. One of you, perhaps, distracted Mrs. Opalson while the other. Main Chapter 8, The Kidnapped Prime Minister. Chapter 10, The Kidnapped Prime Minister. Narration: The air in London hummed with an unusual tension, a brittle unease that permeated the grand avenues and quiet mews alike. The nation, indeed the entire continent, held its breath on the eve of the historic International Disarmament Conference. All eyes were fixed upon the venerable figure of Prime Minister David McAdam, whose sagacity and unwavering resolve were deemed indispensable for the delicate negotiations ahead. He was the linchpin, the very embodiment of hope for lasting peace in a world teetering precariously on the brink. Without him, the conference, and all its immense promise, threatened to collapse into a cacophony of nationalistic posturing and diplomatic deadlock. The stakes could not have been higher, threatening not just diplomatic failure, but a chilling return to an era of profound global instability. Then, like a bolt from a clear sky, the news struck, tearing through the carefully constructed calm. The Prime Minister, David McAdam, had vanished. Not merely misplaced or delayed, but utterly, inexplicably gone. The initial reports were confused, whispered at first, then shouted in horrified headlines. It was a kidnapping, brazen and audacious, targeting the very heart of British governance. Panic, raw and unadulterated, began to seep into every corner of society, a cold dread displacing the earlier, expectant calm. International security, that invisible shield guarding the fragile peace, suddenly felt terrifyingly exposed, its vulnerability laid bare for all the world to see. The ticking clock of global diplomacy, which had been counting down to the conference, now seemed to accelerate to a fever pitch, each second laden with the potential for disaster. I remember that morning vividly, the oppressive weight of the news settling upon our small flat in Whitehaven Mansions. I had brought the morning papers to Poirot, the black headlines screaming their terrifying message. Poirot, ever the picture of meticulous order, was seated at his breakfast table, carefully arranging a croissant on his plate. His usually cheerful demeanor was subtly altered, a faint frown etching itself between his precise eyebrows as he read the morning's grim pronouncements. "Mon ami, Hastings," he began, his voice surprisingly calm despite the gravity of the situation. "It would appear that the world has once again decided to provide us with a problem worthy of the little gray cells." He gestured to the newspaper, its pages rustling slightly. "The Prime Minister, you say? Kidnapped? This is not merely a common crime, Hastings, this is an act of international audacity, a challenge thrown directly into the face of order and global peace." Scotland Yard, predictably, was in an uproar. Chief Inspector Japp, looking even more haggard than usual, his movements jerky with barely suppressed agitation, arrived at our flat just an hour later. His coat was disheveled, his usually stern face deeply etched with strain and utter exhaustion. He practically collapsed into one of Poirot's meticulously arranged armchairs, running a hand through his thinning hair in a gesture of profound weariness and desperation. "Poirot, for the love of heaven, we're at our wits' end," Japp exclaimed, his voice rough with exasperation. The Prime Minister, David McAdam, was scheduled to leave his country estate, Chequers, last night, to travel to his London residence. A private car, a Daimler, was to take him. The journey was uneventful for the first part, according to the chauffeur. Then, about halfway, on a relatively deserted stretch of road near Tillington Heath, they encountered what appeared to be an obstruction, a fallen tree, or so it seemed. The chauffeur stopped. Before he knew what was happening, masked men sprang from the shadows. They overpowered him, drugged him, and then, they simply took the Prime Minister. Japp paused, catching his breath. The chauffeur came 2 hours later, tied up, but unharmed. The car was still there. No trace of Mr. McAdam. The urgency, Poirot, is unbearable. The conference is tomorrow. If he doesn't appear, if he doesn't make that opening statement, the whole thing will fall apart. The world will view Britain as weak, as incapable of protecting its own leaders. The implications are simply terrifying. Poirot listened, his head cocked slightly, his fingertips pressed together in his customary pose of deep contemplation. And the fallen tree, Japp? Was it a genuine obstruction, or was it a mere stage prop? A prop, undoubtedly, Japp grumbled. Cut and placed there, a perfect piece of theatricality. Too neat by half, if you ask me. This wasn't some random highwayman, Poirot. This was organized, professional, and clearly well-financed. Indeed, Poirot murmured. Tell me, Japp, during the attack, was there any struggle? Any sounds? Any indication of Mr. McAdam's state? The chauffeur said he heard a muffled exclamation, a quick scuffle, then nothing. He was knocked out almost immediately, Japp explained, shaking his head. The entire thing felt too smooth, too practiced. Poirot's eyes, keen and analytical, seemed to bore into Japp. And the Prime Minister himself, Japp? His habits? His security protocols? Strict, as you'd expect, Japp replied. Always a secure car, vetted chauffeur, route planned meticulously. He rarely deviated. This was an ambush, pure and simple, and it exploited a single weakness, the need for private, discreet travel. As Japp spoke, I noticed a subtle flicker in Poirot's expression, a tightening around his lips. He was processing, sifting through the layers of the narrative, looking for the cracks in the facade. "My dear Japp," Poirot said at last, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "I believe you are looking at the wrong crime." Japp blinked, astonished. "What do you mean, Poirot?" "He's gone. The most important man in the country is gone." "Oh, he is gone, certainly," Poirot conceded with a slight nod. "But the manner of his going, it smells of the stage, does it not? The fallen tree, the masked men, the swift, clean abduction of a public figure from a moving vehicle. It is too obvious. A little less sparky, if you know what I mean. But I put it down to the strain of the conference." Poirot's eyes gleamed. "A private call, you say? In his study? Unattended?" "Yes, sir. He often did." "That was it?" The flicker of fatigue, the subtle change. Poirot, seizing on this minute detail, began to construct a new timeline. The private call, perhaps a manufactured diversion. The moment of vulnerability. The substitution, Poirot announced to Japp and me, his voice sharp with certainty, occurred at Chequers. Not on the road. The man who entered the Daimler last night was not David McAdam. The real Prime Minister was taken from his study, or a nearby, equally secluded room, during that brief, unobserved interval. The kidnappers had a look-alike, perhaps even one of their own agents, who had been observing McAdam for weeks, studying his mannerisms. They simply swapped him out. The tiredness noticed by the maid was the impostor's slight deviation from perfection, or perhaps even a hint of the sedative used on the real Prime Minister. Japp stared, wide-eyed. But, where would they hide him, Poirot? Someone so visible, so important? They'd need a fortress. On the contrary, Japp, Poirot countered, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. They would hide him in plain sight, or in a place so mundane, so seemingly innocuous, that no one would ever think to look. A place that could easily explain his absence as something other than a kidnapping. His gaze fell upon a crumpled leaflet I had absently picked up and left on his table. It was for a secluded health retreat, a sanatorium nestled deep in the Kent countryside, renowned for its discretion and its treatment of nervous disorders and overwork. It boasted private rooms, extensive grounds, and a policy of absolute privacy for its high-profile clientele. A perfect cover, Poirot snatched it up. Voila! Hastings, your absent-mindedness has, for once, proven useful. A health retreat. A sanatorium. The perfect place. If he were to suddenly reappear, weak, disoriented, they could simply claim he had suffered a breakdown, was receiving treatment, and the entire kidnapping was a fabrication, perhaps even a delusion induced by stress. It provides an immediate, plausible explanation for his absence without needing to explain how he was taken. The revelation struck me like a physical blow. It was diabolically brilliant. A place where a person's absence, their quiet withdrawal from public life, could be not only justified but even expected. Without another moment's hesitation, Poirot, Jap, and I piled into a police car, tearing through the countryside towards the tranquil, unsuspecting sanatorium. The race against time was now a desperate sprint. Every second mattered. The fate of the pivotal conference, and with it the incredibly fragile prospect of international stability, indeed the very peace of nations, hung precariously in the balance. The facility, the Havenwood Clinic, was exactly as described in the leaflet, a grand, yet understated country house, surrounded by rolling lawns and ancient trees, radiating an aura of discreet calm. But beneath that veneer of peace, a sinister secret pulsed. We burst through the doors, Jap flashing his warrant card, demanding to see the director. The man, a smooth, impeccably dressed individual with an unsettlingly placid expression, attempted to deny everything, claiming complete ignorance, protesting the clinic's impeccable reputation. "We have no Mr. McAdam here," he stated, his voice cool and unruffled. "Our patients are here for rest and recuperation, under strict medical privacy." Poirot, however, was not to be deterred by such facile resistance. His eyes, like a hawk's, swept over the director, then the quiet hallways. "Mon ami, your excellent facility, it seems, has been abused. I am here for Mr. David McAdam, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, who I believe is currently residing in one of your more secluded suites, perhaps under a false name, experiencing a most unusual form of rest." Jap's uniformed men quickly began a main chapter 9, The Disappearance of Mr. Davenheim. Narrator, Hercule Poirot, a man of meticulous habits and formidable intellect, found himself one crisp autumn morning in his customary armchair, a neatly folded newspaper on his lap, enjoying the peace of his well-ordered apartment. The tranquility, however, was destined for interruption. A sharp rap on the door heralded the arrival of Inspector Jap of Scotland Yard, a man whose boisterous energy often provided a jarring contrast to Poirot's serene existence. Jap, perpetually burdened with the latest baffling case, entered with a gust of fresh air and an air of professional exasperation. "Jap. Morning, Poirot. Hastings. Got a real poser for you today. Not that you'll be much help from your armchair, eh?" Poirot. "Ah, my dear Jap. You underestimate the power of the little grey cells, do you not? Pray, enlighten us with this new enigma that so troubles the illustrious Scotland Yard. Jap. It's the Davenheim disappearance, Poirot. Charles Davenheim, the big financier. Gone missing from his country house, the Cedars, down in Surrey. Vanished into thin air, he has. And not a trace. Narrator, Poirot's eyes, keen and intelligent, narrowed slightly. A genuine challenge always piqued his interest, especially when presented with such a confident air of impossibility by Jap. Poirot, disappeared, you say? And what, my friend, are the circumstances of this vanishing act? Jap. Well, that's just it. Most peculiar. Saturday afternoon, around 3 o'clock. Davenheim leaves the house, apparently to walk to the village post office to mail some letters. Had a fair sum of money on him, too, receipts from some stock sales, you know the sort. He was supposed to meet a Mr. Lowen at his study at 6 p.m. to finalize some business dealings. 6 o'clock comes, Lowen arrives, no Davenheim. Calls Mrs. Davenheim, who's out at a bridge party. She comes home, no husband. Next morning, still no sign. Police are called. Poirot, and a search was initiated, naturally. Jap, of course. Lake dragged, grounds scoured, local woods combed. Nothing. Not a single clue. His clothes were all still there in the hall, his hat, his overcoat. Everything. Except him. And one other thing. Poirot, the plot thickens, does it not? What is this one other thing, Jap? Jap, his private safe was found open. And a pearl necklace, valued at £20,000, was gone. Poirot, £20,000? A substantial sum, even for a financier of Mr. Davenheim's standing. Jap. Exactly. So, we've got a disappearance, possibly a kidnapping or murder, and a high-value theft. Usual suspects, naturally. But here's the kicker. Lowen, the man he was supposed to meet? We questioned him. He admits he met a man at the appointed time, but insists it wasn't Davenheim. Said the fellow looked like him, perhaps, same build, same height, but the voice was different, the mannerisms, everything. Lowen claims it was an impostor. And now, of course, Lowen himself is under suspicion. We're thinking he might have lured Davenheim there, dealt with him, then took the pearls. But why would he admit to meeting an impostor? That's what's got us scratching our heads. Narrator, Jap paused, clearly expecting Poirot to share in his bewilderment. Instead, Poirot leaned forward, a glint in his eye. Poirot, an interesting conundrum, indeed, Jap. Very interesting. But I believe, my friend, that you are approaching this from the wrong angle. This case, I wager, is not quite what it seems. Jap. Oh, here we go. You're going to tell me you can solve it from your armchair, aren't you? Without even stepping foot out of London, let alone going down to Surrey? Poirot. Precisely so, Jap. I propose a wager. You continue your excellent, albeit perhaps misguided, investigations on the ground. You gather all the facts, all the contradictory statements, all the physical evidence you can find. And I, from this very chair, using only the little gray cells and the information you provide, will solve the mystery of Mr. Davenham's disappearance. What say you? A friendly bet between friends. Jap. Chuckles. You're on, Poirot. A tenor says you can't do it. You'll be begging to join the search party by tomorrow. Poirot. You underestimate me, Jap. Now, let us review these facts with the utmost precision. Mr. Davenham leaves the house to post letters. He has money on him. Yet his hat and overcoat remain in the hall. Is that not a curious detail, Jap? A gentleman typically dons his hat and coat for a stroll to the village, even in autumn. Jap. Well, yes, we noticed that. Maybe he just slipped out for a quick dash. Or perhaps he was intercepted at the door. Poirot. Or perhaps, Jap, he never left the house at all, in the manner described. Consider the meeting with Mr. Lowen. Lowen states he met an impostor. Why, if Lowen were guilty, would he not simply claim Davenham never arrived? To admit to meeting someone who looked like Davenham but wasn't him immediately puts Lowen in a difficult position, suggesting he knows something. It's too clever, or too truthful, for a simple villain, would you not agree? Jap. Never thought of it that way. You think he's telling the truth? Poirot. I think, Jap, that the truth is often disguised in plain sight. What do we know of Mr. Davenham's financial affairs, apart from the stock sales? Was he solvent? Was he struggling? These financiers, they are often walking on a tightrope, are they not? Jap. Well, he was a big name. Always seemed flush. But you know how these things go. Could be anything underneath. Poirot. Indeed. And the chap we finally tracked down, living under an assumed name in a small coastal town, selling rare stamps, he had the mole. And the pearls. They were his all along. He had indeed staged his own disappearance to escape financial ruin and to get away with the pearls, establishing a new life under a new name. He had meticulously planned it all, even rehearsing the impostor role with Lowen, thinking he was clever enough to fool everyone. But he couldn't fool the little gray cells, could he? Poirot. Smiling broadly. He could not, my dear Jap. He could not. The vanity of man, it is always the undoing. And the truth, it always comes out in the end, no matter how elaborate the deception. Now, about that tenor. Narrator, Jap, with a grudging grin, pulled a 10-pound note from his wallet and handed it over. Poirot accepted it with a theatrical flourish, adding it to a small, impeccably organized pile on his desk. Once again, the celebrated Belgian detective had proven that the keenest observation and the most rigorous application of logic could unravel the most convoluted of mysteries, all without ever leaving the comfort of his own meticulously kept drawing room. The case of Mr. Davenham's disappearance was closed, a testament to the quiet power of the little gray cells, those magnificent tools of supreme deduction. Main Chapter 10, The Adventure of the Italian Nobleman. Poirot, my dear fellow, you look positively distressed, I remarked, observing my friend's meticulously neat attire and the unusual furrow in his brow as he stared into his morning cup of chocolate. It was a perfectly ordinary Tuesday, the kind of day that promised nothing more exciting than a trip to the grocer for Poirot's preferred brand of Belgian chicory. But even before the first sip, an unmistakable tremor of unease had settled upon him. Distressed, Hastings. Merely contemplative, Poirot corrected, though his voice lacked its usual crispness. The human mind, mon ami, is a labyrinth. Even the most orderly ones present an unexpected dead end. Our philosophical discourse, however, was abruptly curtailed by the insistent, almost frantic ringing of the telephone. I rose to answer it, a vague premonition stirring within me. On the other end, a voice, unmistakably that of Sir Marcus Purwell, a prominent figure Poirot occasionally frequented, spoke with an urgency that verged on panic. Hastings. Is Poirot there? You must come at once. It's Count Foscadini. He's been murdered. Bludgeoned, Hastings. In his own flat? The police are baffled, utterly baffled. I relayed the information, the color draining from my own face. Poirot, however, seemed to snap into his customary vibrant alertness. The prospect of a genuine enigma, especially one involving the highest echelons of society, had an almost electrifying effect upon him. Foscadini. A regrettable business, Poirot murmured, already rising and adjusting his waistcoat. A man of certain colorful habits, if my memory serves. A rather notorious reputation for accumulating both wealth and influence. Come, Hastings, it appears our Tuesday has taken an unforeseen turn. Let us not keep Sir Marcus waiting. Within the hour, we found ourselves at a discreet yet opulent apartment building in a fashionable part of Kensington. The air was thick with the scent of fear and officialdom. Uniformed constables stood guard, detectives huddled in hushed conversations, and bewildered dread permeated the serene hallways. We were directed to the fourth-floor flat, the scene of the unspeakable act. Inspector Japp, his face grim and perplexed, met us at the door. Poirot, Hastings. Glad you could make it? This one's a rum go, even for you. Count Foscadini, as Sir Marcus no doubt told you. A nasty bludgeoning to the back of the head, last night. No sign of forced entry, no valuables taken. The place is untouched, except for, well, you'd better see for yourselves. He led us into the dining room, a sumptuously appointed chamber with dark wood panels and heavy velvet curtains, now harshly illuminated by the police photographer's flash. And there, dominating the center of the room, was the dining table, a tableau so bizarre, so utterly out of place, that it momentarily robbed me of speech. The Count's body had already been removed, but the evidence of his last moments remained. Plates, laden with what appeared to be the remnants of a hastily consumed meal, sat opposite each other. 2 wine glasses, one almost empty, the other barely touched. But it was the arrangement of other items that truly confounded me. A broken ceramic plate, shards scattered across the polished surface. A curious, flamboyant false mustache lay discarded next to a crumpled napkin. Most peculiar of all, a silver paper knife, its blade stained dark, rested precisely between the 2 place settings. A small, charred scrap of paper, burnt at the edges, was carefully placed under a salt cellar. Jap gestured helplessly. "See what I mean? What in blazes is all this meant to signify? A dinner party for 2, perhaps? One of them wearing a disguise? And the paper knife, the murder weapon, we think, but why leave it there, so conspicuously?" Poirot, meanwhile, was not speaking. He moved with an almost ethereal grace, circling the table, his head cocked to one side, his eyes, those keen green eyes, missing absolutely nothing. He didn't touch anything, merely observed, absorbing every minute detail. He leaned in, sniffing. Our investigation quickly unearthed a name, Lady Yardley. Her indiscreet letters had fallen into Foscadini's hands. Her husband, General Yardley, was the target of Foscadini's insidious demands. The butler, Graves, had connections to Lady Yardley's former maid, and had facilitated the meeting between the Count and General Yardley's agent, Maltby. Poirot's eyes narrowed. Ah, Maltby. Not an obvious criminal, but a desperate man, driven to protect a lady's honor, or indeed, his own entanglement. As the pieces began to click into place, a sudden urgent report came in. Maltby had been sighted leaving his London residence, driving erratically, heading south. He was on the run. Aha! Poirot exclaimed, a triumphant glint in his eye. The net closes, Hastings. It is always the last, frantic dash that reveals the true culprit. Come, mon ami. The chase is on. We piled into a waiting police car, Jap at the wheel, Poirot beside him, and I squeezed into the back. The siren wailed a mournful cry as we plunged into the labyrinthine streets of London, a high-stakes pursuit through the bustling metropolis. Jap, a surprisingly skilled driver when the need arose, weaved through traffic, his eyes fixed on the distant, fleeting glimpse of Maltby's car. The streets blurred past, Regent Street's grand architecture, hurried pedestrians, iconic red buses. My heart pounded, a drumbeat of exhilaration and anxiety. Poirot, surprisingly calm, merely leaned forward, issuing crisp instructions or subtle observations to Japp. He favors the back alleys, Inspector. He knows these streets well. Anticipate his turns. He seeks to lose us in the narrow lanes of Lambeth. The chase intensified, a relentless game of cat and mouse. We narrowly avoided a collision, swerved around a corner, and finally, after what felt like an eternity, cornered Maltby's vehicle in a dead-end alleyway, its engine sputtering in defeat. Maltby, a man of nervous disposition even under normal circumstances, surrendered without a fight, his face a mask of weary resignation. The letters, Lady Yardley's compromising letters, were found in his possession, along with the other half of the charred paper that had been under the salt cellar. Back at the flat, with Maltby in custody, Poirot meticulously reconstructed the crime. You see, Hastings. The Count was not dining with a conspirator or an unknown assailant. He was dining with two people, or rather, the illusion of two. The two glasses, the two sets of plates, all a charade, designed to make it seem a heated argument had taken place. But the murderer, Mr. Maltby, arrived to retrieve those letters. He was not alone. Lady Yardley waited in an adjoining room. The false mustache was meant to suggest a third party, a mysterious foreigner, adding confusion. The burned paper was a fragment of a key letter, destroyed in panic. The paper knife, the weapon, was left to imply a chaotic struggle, but its precise placement was too neat, too deliberate. Mr. Maltby, desperate to recover the letters, confronted Foscadini. A struggle ensued. The Count was bludgeoned with the paper knife. The broken plate was an accidental casualty, but the cunning killer left it, transforming it into another misleading clue. He retrieved the damning letters, burned a portion to ensure its destruction, and fled, leaving behind a carefully crafted scene of misdirection. Poirot paused, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. The human mind, Hastings, is a labyrinth. But with patience, observation, and a certain flair for the dramatic, even the most convoluted paths can be straightened. Justice, as always, finds its true course. Main Chapter 11, The Case of the Missing Will. It was a blustery Tuesday afternoon when Miss Violet Marsh first presented herself at our modest London flat, her features etched with a most becoming blend of anxiety and determined resolve. Hastings, ever the chivalrous soul, had already poured her a cup of Poirot's meticulously prepared herbal tea by the time I entered the sitting room, my attention caught by the palpable tension in the air. Miss Marsh, a young woman of perhaps 24, with intelligent eyes and a spirit that seemed to simmer just beneath a polished exterior, clasped her hands tightly in her lap, her knuckles white. "Mademoiselle," Poirot began, his head tilted ever so slightly, "you are troubled." The little gray cells, they whisper of a considerable disquiet. Violet Marsh took a fortifying sip of tea, her gaze sweeping between Hastings and Poirot. "Monsieur Poirot," she began, her voice a low, melodious alto, "I have come to you out of sheer desperation. My uncle, Andrew Marsh, a man of peculiar habits, passed away just over a year ago. He left behind a rather eccentric will, or rather, the promise of one. The catch is, I have 1 year from his passing to locate the actual document. If I fail, his entire considerable estate, including marshlands, the family home, passes to a distant, rather unpleasant cousin whom I've never even met." Poirot's eyes narrowed, a flicker of intrigue replacing his usual serene expression. "A game, hein? Your uncle, he was a playful spirit." "Playful, yes, but with a streak of the diabolical," Violet confirmed, a wry smile touching her lips briefly. "He loved riddles, puzzles, and making people work for what they desired. His last note, found on his desk, simply read, 'Seek ye where the sun doth rise, and set, and rise anew, and fortune shall be yours, if you but follow through.' The will, my dear, is hidden well, for those who truly love the tale, and not the gold alone. It's been 11 months, Monsieur Poirot. I have turned marshlands inside out. Every book, every drawer, every loose floorboard, I have examined them all. I am at my wit's end." Poirot steepled his fingers, his gaze distant, processing the information. "A challenge, then. One designed not merely to hide, but to test the spirit. A fascinating psychology, Hastings, non?" I nodded, fascinated. "So the will is somewhere in the house, but it's a riddle to find it." "Precisely," Violet affirmed. "And time is running out. I refuse to give up, Monsieur Poirot. Marshlands has been in my family for generations. I intend to fight for it." Her resolve was palpable, a refreshing contrast to the typical passive heiress in distress. The next morning found us on a train speeding towards Marshlands, a sprawling, ivy-clad manor nestled in the rolling countryside. The house itself was a testament to Andrew Marsh's eclectic tastes, a mishmash of Victorian grandeur and quirky, almost childish, additions. His study, the heart of the mystery, was a room frozen in time, exactly as he had left it. Bookshelves groaned under the weight of volumes on mythology, astronomy, and obscure folklore. A large globe stood in one corner, an antique telescope pointed idly out a window, and a grand, albeit dusty, grandfather clock ticked rhythmically, its chime echoing the relentless march of time. Poirot surveyed the room with his customary meticulousness, his eyes missing nothing. He began not by searching, but by observing. He walked slowly around the perimeter, his head cocked, his fingers occasionally tracing the spine of a book or the edge of a mahogany desk. He picked up a peculiar silver sundial from the mantelpiece, examining its faded inscriptions, then replaced it with a soft click. He spent a considerable time by the window, peering out at the neglected rose garden, a thoughtful frown etched on his brow. "Tell me, Mademoiselle Violet," Poirot asked, turning from the window, "your uncle, did he have a favorite pastime, beyond his riddles?" "He loved the garden, particularly the rose garden," she replied, pointing through the glass. "He would spend hours out there, pruning, see." He returned to the bookshelves, his small hands running along the spines of books on Norse mythology, Greek epics, and even a collection of Aesop's fables. Violet had told him how she had read every book, hoping for a hidden compartment or a marked page. She had searched the desk, the drawers, even under the rug. Her efforts, though thorough, had been, as Poirot deduced, too direct. Her uncle, Monsieur Andrew Marsh, was a man of more subtle inclinations. Poirot picked up a particularly weighty tome, a first edition of the Odyssey. He opened it, not to read, but to examine its edges, its binding. He tapped the cover, ran his finger along the page edges, his expression one of profound concentration. "Mademoiselle, what was your uncle's most cherished possession in this room, beyond his books?" Violet paused, considering. "He loved the grandfather clock. Said it was the heartbeat of the house. He wound it every morning without fail, even if it meant getting up early." Poirot's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He moved to the clock, examining its ornate wooden casing. He opened the glass door, revealing the pendulum swinging steadily. His fingers ran over the smooth wood of the inner door, then down to the small, almost invisible seam at the base. He pressed gently. There was a faint click, and a small, shallow drawer, no bigger than a cigar box, slid out from beneath the clock's base, perfectly concealed within the plinth. Violet gasped, stepping forward, her heart clearly pounding. "A hidden compartment. I never, it requires a precise touch, Mademoiselle," Poirot explained, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "A touch known only to the owner, perhaps. Or to one who understands the true value of time, and its cyclical nature." Inside the drawer, nestled amongst a few old letters tied with string, lay a folded document. It was indeed a will, clearly dated and signed by Andrew Marsh, with all the necessary legal formalities. Violet unfolded it with trembling hands, her eyes scanning the familiar script. A broad smile bloomed on her face, chasing away the anxiety of the past year. "It's here. It's really here," she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "He left everything to me. And there's a note, a personal note." She read aloud, her voice thick with emotion, "My dearest Violet, I knew you would find it. Not because of cleverness alone, but because you possess the tenacity, the spirit, and the independent thought required to truly steward marshlands. May you find as much joy in this place as I have, and may you always follow your own star. Oh, Monsieur Poirot, he knew. He truly knew me. Poirot beamed, his mustache twitching with delight. Exactly, mademoiselle. Your uncle was not testing your mere ability to search, but your resilience, your fortitude, your love for the estate that transcended simple monetary gain. The sun doth rise, and set, and rise anew was a clue not merely to a physical location, but to the constant, enduring spirit of the house, symbolized by the ever-ticking clock, and your own unwavering spirit. The love, the tale, and not the gold alone, referred to the history of the house, your family, and the narrative you would create within its walls. He knew that the one who truly loved marshlands would be the one to persist, to look beyond the obvious, and to understand his eccentric nature. Violet Marsh looked at the will, then at the clock, and finally, at Poirot, her eyes shining with newfound determination. He wanted to ensure the right person inherited. He wanted someone with independence, someone who wouldn't be easily discouraged. And I have succeeded, thanks to you, Monsieur Poirot. No, mademoiselle, Poirot corrected gently, holding up a small, emphatic hand. You have succeeded because you are Mademoiselle Violet Marsh. I merely helped to clarify the path your own determination had already begun to forge. Your uncle, he understood the power of a woman's resolve, a true female independence. He presented a challenge, and you, with your indomitable spirit, rose to meet it. Marshland's eye. He spent a considerable time by the window, peering out at the neglected rose garden, a thoughtful frown etched on his brow. Tell me, Mademoiselle Violet, Poirot asked, turning from the window, your uncle, did he have a favorite pastime, beyond his riddles? He loved the garden, particularly the rose garden, she replied, pointing through the glass. He would spend hours out there, pruning, cultivating. And he was obsessed with the stars. He believed in ancient prophecies, in the power of the sun and moon. Poirot nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the sundial, then to the telescope, and finally, to the grandfather clock. The sun doth rise, and set, and rise anew. This phrase, it speaks of cycles, of time, non. He walked over to the globe, spinning it gently. His finger stopped on a small, almost imperceptible scratch near the North Pole. He then moved to the telescope, peering through it, adjusting the focus. It was pointed, not at the sky, but directly at a specific section of the rose garden. And the love of tales, Poirot murmured, almost to himself, and not the gold alone. He returned to the bookshelves, his small hands running along the spines of books on Norse mythology, Greek epics, and even a collection of Aesop's fables. Violet had told him how she had read every book, hoping for a hidden compartment or a marked page. She had searched the desk, the drawers, even under the rug. Her efforts, though thorough, had been, as Poirot deduced, too direct. Her uncle, Monsieur Andrew Marsh, was a man of more subtle inclinations. Poirot picked up a particularly weighty tome, a first edition of the Odyssey. He opened it, not to read, but to examine its edges, its binding. He tapped the cover, ran his finger along the page edges, his expression one of profound concentration. "Mademoiselle, what was your uncle's most cherished possession in this room, beyond his books?" Violet paused, considering. "He loved the grandfather clock. Said it was the heartbeat of the house. He wound it every morning without fail, even if it meant getting up early." Poirot's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He moved to the clock, examining its ornate wooden casing. He opened the glass door, revealing the pendulum swinging steadily. His fingers ran over the smooth wood of the inner door, then down to the small, almost invisible seam at the base. He pressed gently. There was a faint click, and a small, shallow drawer, no bigger than a cigar box, slid out from beneath the clock's base, perfectly concealed within the plinth. Violet gasped, stepping forward, her heart clearly pounding. "A hidden compartment. I never. It requires a precise touch, mademoiselle," Poirot explained, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "A touch known only to the owner, perhaps. Or to one who understands the true value of time, and its cyclical nature." Inside the drawer, nestled amongst a few old letters tied with string, lay a folded document. It was indeed a will, clearly dated and signed by Andrew Marsh, with all the necessary legal formalities. Violet unfolded it with trembling hands, her eyes scanning the familiar script. A broad smile bloomed on her face, chasing away the anxiety of the past year. "It's here. It's really here," she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "He left everything to me. And there's a note, a personal note." She read aloud, her voice thick with emotion, "My dearest Violet, I knew you would find it. Not because of cleverness alone, but because you possess the tenacity, the spirit, and the independent thought required to truly steward marshlands. May you find as much joy in this place as I have, and may you always follow your own star." Oh, Monsieur Poirot, he knew. He truly knew me. Poirot beamed, his mustache twitching with delight. "Exactly, mademoiselle. Your uncle was not testing your mere ability to search, but your resilience, your fortitude, your love for the estate that transcended simple monetary gain. The sun doth rise, and set, and rise anew was a clue not merely to a physical location, but to the constant." Main Chapter 12, The Veiled Lady. Our next adventure saw Hercule Poirot in an uncharacteristically clandestine role, a role that required him to embrace the very essence of criminality, much to my bewildered amusement. It began, as many of our cases did, with the arrival of an intriguing client. She was a heavily veiled lady, cloaked in black from head to foot, her very presence a dramatic whisper of secrets. Her name, she eventually revealed, was Lady Yardley. Even through the thick mesh of her veil, one could discern a certain agitated grace. She spoke in hushed, desperate tones. It was a matter of blackmail. A letter, written years ago to a former admirer, Captain Forbes, had fallen into the wrong hands. Those hands belonged to a certain Mr. Lavington, who was now demanding the princely sum of £20,000 for its return. Lady Yardley, in her distress, declared such a sum utterly impossible for her to procure. Her reputation, her marriage, her entire future, she insisted, hung by this delicate thread of parchment. Poirot listened, his head cocked ever so slightly, his little grey cells already performing their intricate dances behind his brow. I saw a familiar glint in his eye, one that suggested he was already weighing more than just the immediate facts. Then came the astonishing proposal from Poirot. "Madam," he announced, his voice surprisingly firm, "I shall retrieve your letter. But not by negotiation, nor by purchase." He paused for dramatic effect. "I shall commit a burglary." My jaw, I fear, dropped. Poirot, the champion of law and order, a burglar? It was preposterous. Yet, there was an undeniable twinkle in his eyes, a sort of mischievous delight at the prospect of a challenge so utterly outside his usual purview. And so, we found ourselves, or rather, he found himself, preparing for a night of illicit activity. Poirot, with meticulous planning that would have put any career criminal to shame, studied Mr. Lavington's habits, his comings and goings, the exact layout of his Mayfair residence. He acquired a professional set of burglar's tools, the finest instruments, Hastings, for the precise execution of a precise task, he declared, examining a selection of picks and shims with the air of a connoisseur. I, naturally, was relegated to the role of lookout, a nervous wreck shivering in the shadows while Poirot, with surprising agility for a man of his build, approached Lavington's house. The image of Hercule Poirot, resplendent in a dark overcoat and cap, carefully picking a lock, was one I shall never forget. He moved with a peculiar blend of an artist's delicacy and a surgeon's precision. Not a creak, not a scrape, as he slipped through the window. I could only imagine him inside, navigating the darkened rooms, his immaculate mind surely ticking off every potential obstacle. The tension was palpable even from my vantage point across the street. Every shadow seemed to shift, every distant siren an immediate threat. But Poirot, as always, was unflappable. He located the study, forced open a small, locked cabinet with admirable efficiency, and there, nestled amongst other papers, was the incriminating letter. He retrieved it, leaving everything else untouched, a ghost in the night. He reappeared as silently as he had vanished, a triumphant, almost jaunty, figure. The letter, carefully folded, was delivered back to Lady Yardley the very next morning. Her relief was effusive, her gratitude overflowing. She praised his genius, his daring. Her eyes, though still veiled, seemed to sparkle with joy. The case, it seemed, was closed. But Poirot, dear reader, is never so easily satisfied. His little grey cells, once roused, do not simply cease their work. He had noticed things, subtle discrepancies, a certain lack of genuine desperation from Lady Yardley, an almost theatrical performance. And then there was the letter itself. He produced another letter, seemingly identical. "You see, Hastings," he explained, holding them side by side, "there are two letters. One is indeed the original, the one I retrieved from Mr. Lavington's house. The other, almost a perfect copy, was given to me by Lady Yardley as the supposed blackmail letter. The truth, as Poirot laid it bare, was a masterpiece of deception. Lady Yardley had not been blackmailed at all. The entire elaborate charade had been orchestrated to retrieve the original letter, which contained genuinely damaging information. The supposed blackmail, the dramatic pleas for help, all of it was a smoke screen. The letter I had seen, the one she presented as the blackmailer's leverage, was a carefully crafted duplicate, almost indistinguishable, save for a few nuanced turns of phrase that Poirot's keen eye for language and psychology had instantly picked up. He returned the actual original letter, which detailed a far more serious conspiracy involving her husband and a plan to defraud an insurance company, to its rightful, and safer, hands at Scotland Yard. Lady Yardley's performance, however convincing to others, had failed to fool the master detective. Poirot, the reluctant cat burglar, had not only executed a flawless break-in, but had, in doing so, uncovered a far more complex and villainous plot. He may have played the part of a criminal, even with a certain panache, but his true purpose, as always, was to expose the unvarnished truth. 7-day action plan: train your grey cells. Welcome to Poirot's world, where the mind is the ultimate detective. Today, we begin a 7-day plan to sharpen your little grey cells, cultivating a deeper, analytical approach to daily life, just like Hercule Poirot. Days 1 and 2, active observation. Your mission: observe strangers. In public spaces, a street, a cafe, choose individuals. Become a silent, respectful detective. Note every detail: clothes, shoe wear, a tie's knot, a hand's twitch, their walk's rhythm. Is posture weary or purposeful? Briefcase worn or handbag pristine? Eyes darting or steady? Formulate gentle hypotheses about profession, mood, destination, or worry. This isn't judgment, but training your brain to notice minutiae others overlook, seeing beyond the surface. What stories are silently being told? Days 3, 4, and 5, challenge your assumptions. Turn your critical eye towards daily information. A newspaper, headlines, a radio report. Instead of passive acceptance, activate your gray cells. What facts are highlighted? What details omitted? Are language biases present? Consider alternative interpretations. If a politician speaks, ask, what's the unsaid agenda? If a news story reports an event, ponder who benefits from this narrative, whose perspective is missing. This strengthens your ability to dissect information, find gaps, and resist obvious conclusions. It's building active skepticism and intellectual curiosity. Days 6 and 7, organize your thoughts logically. Select a minor, personal puzzle. Perhaps a misplaced document, a forgotten detail, or a disappearing item. Approach this like Poirot. First, gather all known facts, all clues, however trivial. When last seen? Who present? What were you doing just before? Second, systematically eliminate possibilities. Check the drawer, the car. Third, formulate hypotheses based on remaining facts. Maybe took it to the study when that call came. Fourth, test your hypotheses. Go check the study. This is about methodical, logical process, training your mind to create order from chaos, connect disparate pieces, and arrive at a reasoned conclusion. Satisfaction comes from elegant application of your newly honed gray cells. Consistently applying these principles will profoundly shift your perception. Your mind will become a more precise instrument, seeing further, understanding deeper, thinking more clearly. Embrace Poirot's spirit, train your gray cells, and unveil hidden truths in your daily life. Summary: the legacy of logic. And so, our extraordinary journey concludes. We have traversed a landscape teeming with deceit, boundless ambition, and unforeseen human frailty, consistently guided by the singular, methodical brilliance of Hercule Poirot. Across these 12 intricate cases, from the perplexing, cryptic notes of the Western Star to the chilling, elaborate machinations unearthed within the $1 million bond robbery, a consistent truth has emerged, shining brighter than any precious diamond: human nature, in all its boundless complexity and bewildering contradictions, remains the ultimate, indispensable key to unlocking every conceivable mystery. Poirot, with his cherished little gray cells meticulously applied, and an unwavering faith in the paramount importance of order and precise method, has demonstrated time and again that while superficial circumstances may tragically mislead, and tangible evidence can certainly be cunningly fabricated, the underlying psychological currents of insatiable greed, burning jealousy, profound love, and raw desperation are, in their very essence, immutable forces. It is in truly understanding these fundamental human drives, in meticulously observing the subtle tells, the fleeting expressions, and the profound inconsistencies of character, that the true, unadulterated path to justice is unerringly illuminated. He perceives not merely what is outwardly presented, but delves deeply into what is felt and truly intended within the human heart. For my part, as Captain Arthur Hastings, I must candidly confess to a certain enduring naivete, a regrettable tendency to be easily swayed by superficial appearances or dramatic, often misleading, narratives. Yet, accompanying Poirot through these myriad investigations has been an unparalleled education, a transformative experience beyond all measure. I have gradually learned the profound value of detached, unbiased observation, the absolute necessity of unwavering patience, and the critical, often life-saving, importance of applying pure logic over impulsive emotion. Though I may acknowledge that I shall likely never achieve Poirot's unparalleled, penetrating insight, the fertile seeds of his enduring wisdom have undoubtedly been sown within me, irrevocably altering my fundamental perspective on the complex world and its endlessly fascinating inhabitants. This remarkable collection of investigations, stretching over 283 enthralling minutes, has not merely been a straightforward parade of various crimes and their eventual, satisfying solutions. Instead, it has been a profound exploration into the very essence of human interaction, a compelling testament to the enduring, universal struggle between unpredictable chaos and meticulous order, between the darkest, most destructive human impulses and the relentless, unyielding pursuit of absolute truth. Poirot's indelible legacy is not solely found in the triumphant act of apprehending the culprit, but more significantly, in his profound ability to reaffirm that even in the most bewildering, seemingly impenetrable situations, logic, when coupled with a deep, compassionate empathy for the intricate human condition, will always, inevitably, prevail. He is, and always will be, an undisputed master of minds and an unwavering champion of justice. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.